Zooming.
Oh, hello.
That's what they
31
told me.
paragraphs.
What?
We'll be zooming in for 31 paragraphs,
And that's it?
as far as I know.
What gives him the opportunity to have the night off?
Where's this from paragraph?
Fall Island, and he's gonna
He's zooming from the bar.
for fair.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
No, Bender.
Yeah, the fairgrounds part of it.
Zooming from the bar.
I think that's where we should have meetings, but we'd be competing with Island Tunes.
It's a good idea.
Oh, don't say that, John. Don't jinx it.
So Harry's,
Pay attention.
Diana. Diane.
She's on.
Oh, hi, Diane.
I'm here.
How you doing?
I was gonna be there, but my pickup grandson's got Lyme's disease and
Oh,
bad cystitis, and he was told to go home.
okay. Well, this is fine. This works. And Carrie, word on Carrie?
I don't think she's coming.
Skeleton crew.
Let him hear.
Thank you.
Fine. Yeah, thanks for, yeah, otherwise,
Let's show.
So it goes old business, new business,
so
It's
many things.
crazy.
and then
Should write
back
them down.
to old business.
How come Kadeem renamed um, the block proposals? Oh,
Hey, guys. are
Yeah.
we live?
I just think.
We are.
I don't know why I did that.
Okay. I'm gonna start the meeting if you don't mind.
That's trying to get it.
Let me know when you have some.
Here he is. Yeah.
Oh, he's on? Hi, everybody. This is a meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, July 13th at 5:04 PM, running a little late. Present in terms of, actually, I should say, first off, if anyone wants to record any portion of tonight's meeting on their own device, you should let us know in advance, just so that it's clear on the record. That's a RICO statute, I think. I think that's it. We don't need to, you all have been so quiet out there that we haven't had to worry about background noise, at least yet. So for the record, our board is Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Abby Camp, John McLaughlin, Ray Pohl, Jesse Dutra is with us. Stephen Welch is with us on Zoom, as is Diane Coombs. So that's our board for the evening. What else do I need to say? Or approve the agenda?
Yes.
Yeah.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
With Diane and
Oh.
Steve. All right, Diane, so the motion was to approve tonight's agenda, right? This is going to the regular board. So on Diane's motion, Val.
hi.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Hey, thank you, Diane.
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion carries. Thanks. We got an approved agenda, folks. Any public comment at this time?
Cooking with gas.
Hearing none, we will move along to our very terse consent agenda, from which no one, I believe, none of the regular members needs to recuse. So can I have a motion on that one?
Motion to
Motion,
consent agenda.
Oh, sorry, Diane, Val beat you to it.
yeah,
On
I
that,
shut up.
Diane, are you in favor? Yes?
Aye.
Great, thank you, Abby.
Aye.
John? And Val on your motion? And
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion carries. Consent with conditions, just one, can I have the same?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Thank you. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
you, Abby,
Aye.
John, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, consent with conditions approved. How about this extensive list of signs? Oh, my goodness.
It's all the same property.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there were a few that were approved with conditions, but if we just want to do a blanket approval for them all, that would be sufficient.
Oh, so none were sent back. They were all approved, some of them were unconditionally and some with conditions. So we'll just do an approval with condition should cover everything.
Approval,
As
motion
per sign advice.
as per sign advisory,
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so that was all the signs.
1 through 11.
Thank you. All of them, because they're all approved with conditions. So on that motion, Diane,
Aye.
you, Abby,
Aye.
John. Good, Val on your
Aye.
motion, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. That's all the signs.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before we begin, I just wanted to remind you all to use your microphones. Terry asked me just to double check.
I think,
Or even a minute. Thanks.
can you all hear all right out there?
No, it's more for Terry.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Terry.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, now we're on to old business. 31 Fairgrounds. The board on, let's see, we have 4 applications.
I'm only on the first one.
Yeah. I guess we'll just do it as per.
I gotta look at it. I'm not on it, but I'm gonna look at it.
You're on the next 3.
That's what I wanna be.
Worthwhile. Yeah. So that's-
I do have a question though. Well, let Matt do his thing.
What's the
Why are we
question?
only approving half?
Half of a building
Hmm,
when the building's connected?
hmm.
Basically, the only thing that's really connecting is that breezeway. And from what I know from Billy Cassidy, that they do have to have that connection. In the past, when we've tried to submit building permits, the building department treats them as separate structures, even if they're connected by a breezeway. And just past practice with the board, we've done the same thing with garage and guest house. So that's why we've separated them.
I guess my bigger question is why not approve for both halves at the same time?
Because
Sure.
there-
I mean,
Well, let me speak on that. Officially, we can't because we don't have an application.
No, I'm just asking him why they don't have an application for both.
I'm just gonna say he doesn't know why.
well, why it's not an application for both at the same time?
Yeah.
I mean, I just, that my explanation about the building permitting and the way that you as a board have received applications in the past. We've kind of broken them up by structure. So for example, if there was a garage attached to a main house and it was connected by a breezeway, technically those were 2 separate structures. And so therefore we would submit them as 2 separate permits and then therefore have 2 separate HTC applications.
And I get that, but we're viewing this as, even though that's 2, it really is 1. The composition is 1.
100%. And so for that, we've included perspectives showing both elevations at reduced scale. So, I mean, they're
Right,
basically.
Okay, so as a practical matter, we're going to review all these doubled up buildings in tandem. And then when it gets down to it, we will be approving the one that is applied for, but we're going to see it again, and I think it will go a little bit more smoothly because presumably whatever comments we have on this building here, if it's a twin next door, buildings.
Actually, buildings, and just so you know, too, the way that the buildings are numbered is they're correlate with the lot numbers.
Yeah,
So the 2 buildings, the first ones that you're seeing are actually buildings 1 and 8. We didn't label the lots.
yeah.
So that is the only condition where the 2 sides are equal. All of the other
Are
remaining
different.
3 buildings are different from left to right
I
by
guess what I
design.
meant to say, Matt, was we're going to be reviewing them based on the assumption that they will be together, side by side. So you're gonna be hearing comments on the whole package, but we're only actually going to be moving for an approval for the one that's being submitted for. That's all we can do.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And just for clarity purposes, the remaining buildings are labeled like 2, 3 is really
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Fair enough. Okay, so the board on the first one, we're all looking at the agenda, but it's myself, Diane, John, Val, and Stephen. Okay, everybody is here with us, so what do we got? Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Val, to your point, we did try to include the overall perspective of both buildings, both in plan and elevation. And one other point on this, because it is a bit confusing, I think that the staffing, which makes perfect sense, they put them in order of like 1, 2, 3, and then 8. So you're looking at the first half of this building, which is lot 1, but 8 is actually, I think, at the end. But anyways, does that make sense? Yeah. So, all right, so the changes we made here, primarily we added some mass in the center section. You can see it in the north elevation. To your point, that connector piece was previously just a single story element, and some of the feedback we got based on some of those initial concept sketches to make the building look more like a single building as opposed to 2 kind of mirrored buildings, if you will, was to add square footage on that second floor, which I think worked pretty well. We previously had louvered vents in the cupolas. We changed it to a simple 4-light and have a weather vane on top. We've also added some barn doors in the first floor in areas where we really, the windows were somewhat superfluous, and we wanted to send home the some imagery that was evocative of stables or an agricultural type building. We still have the V-groove cedar, natural cedar on the walls. You did ask for some color studies, and so it took us a couple days to put together, and I do have them. I did email them just before the meeting, but I don't think the staff has access to them. Those are 2 great shots. But
Okay, so the color thing, Stephen and Diane are not going to. see.
correct, and I could probably email it to them directly from my computer. But it's more supplemental information.
Okay.
And the colors that are proposed currently are black sash and natural trim for both sides of the building. So it's basically just black sash, natural, everything else. The board had asked for some varied options, and so we just have like 1 or 2 where instead of black, it's gray, or instead of black sash, it's a Hamilton blue. So if I could just pass these out.
Sure, yeah. And I'm not in favor of the siding, but is siding red cedar? Actually, what it should be is white cedar.
Yeah, the grade, I know, typically we use a grade D or better, so it's got like very few knots in it. But the white cedar would be better. And so, again, I know there was some comments about the siding going away. But the only 2 buildings that would have this siding would be this building, which we're calling somewhat of a stable building, like stables. And then the barn would have the vertical natural siding. There would be no other siding like that on the
Okay,
property.
to be clear, this building is actually 2 buildings.
Correct.
So it's really 3 buildings.
Right.
Correct. I mean,
And,
yes.
One of them, I believe, is the largest building on the site, which is the barn.
Yes.
Which in my opinion, you could,
We're getting ahead of
Okay.
ourselves.
Sure.
So just want to make sure.
The intent of this connector piece was, and I think it was great feedback that the board had given us, even though it is technically 2 separate buildings, I do think that it looks, the intent was for it to read as one whole building with obviously some symmetry there. So, but you're right, correct. It is 2 separate structures. I believe that's all the changes I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You did get a letter from the butter I forwarded to you all this morning. Did you all get a chance to read it?
Yes. But I also want to make sure, is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak on this application? Just while we're at it, anyone here to speak on any of the applications for fairgrounds? No. Okay, thanks. All right. I guess it's to the board.
I'll go.
I know you have a lot to say about this.
I
can
do.
tell. Okay.
Indeed.
So it's John.
The
Go ahead,
co-
Val.
I admire the intent and the idea to harken back to when it was a fairgrounds. But putting cupolas on all the buildings or a few doesn't work for me. Pick one and stick with it. The big barn that's coming up should probably be what you're gonna call the homage to the barn. And let's call it a day. Get rid of these two cupolas. I am not necessarily a fan of the connector, but I understand most people are. And if you're going to, I think I mentioned this in the last meeting. I don't have the minutes in front of me, but I don't think there should be rafter tails. It should be simple. Simple, simple, simple. Rafter tails have nothing to do with the fairgrounds, the barns, what it was, anything. I think it's an unnecessary detail. It just draws attention to this rather anomalous building. While it's next to the Fairgrounds Restaurant and across from the police palace that we're sitting in. I just think it's too much of a departure from a residential neighborhood. So no, I wouldn't do vertical board on this. It should be shingled and simplified. And if this is what it has to be, because you keep telling us this is what it has to be, it should be simple. That's my comment.
Well said. Thank you, Val. Diane, you ready?
I
Oh, and
agree with Val completely. I think it should be shingled. I think the cupolas should go. I think that the second story on the middle building should not be there. I think definitely the color should not be black. Black is either very old or very new. And to try not to call attention to these buildings, I would think. So I try and have them mix in with what's around, what is surrounding around, and not doodle them all up with black and whatever. Have them as natural possible and shingled. I think if I'm looking at the site plan, unfortunately, there's no way to have any additive massing on those buildings. But I think that they have to be considered at the end with the whole lot, because I think we have to look at the lawn in front also. Everything is very square, rectangular, and no giving, mixing in or melding into what is surrounding it. So I would like to make that, as Val said, that building as simple as possible, not calling attention to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen, are you ready?
Sure, Mr. Chair, thanks. So, Matt, I appreciate the changes. I agree. Sorry if it's a little tinny. I'm in a hotel room in Vegas getting ready to go break the blackjack tables. But in any event, I think the cupolas are going to be something that you're going to need to come back on with respect to proximity to the street. I think the connector piece is successful with respect to more successful weighting of the buildings as one versus two separate buildings that are connected. So I would call it, what's the fancy term for this that we used out in Hoyts Hollow? Forgive me, I've been occupied today. I can't think of it. Ray, I'll know you know, but I think it's successful. I think personally, we've got board and batten homes on Bartlett Road. I mean, literally with fences that are made of telephone poles that surround the whole property. I'll yield the point to the other members, but I think that perhaps too much emphasis is being paid to that particular attribute. And in part because the distance from the street and the fact that once this grays out, presuming it's going to be a natural to weather red cedar or a white cedar versus either of those being stained or finished in any way, these are going to be indiscernible with respect to the colors and the tones. But I do agree that, you know, if it were right up on the street, it would be a concern. The other thing I would suggest is, and I don't know that it's particularly relevant to this application yet, but I think it is relevant overall because we're viewing, you know, basically a small community of homes. Historically, we would look at the hardscape. I, for one, will be looking at the screening, and that will pertain to both the fence that was previously approved, which I think subconsciously we're all working from in the back of our minds, and also the landscape screening. And part of that is due to the high density nature of this particular small community versus the neighborhoods around it. Here, I think the landscape is shown in the site plan. So for me, I'm accepting the proposed site plan as not as an oversimplified, but as a simplified hardscape and landscape plan. And I think any approval, I don't think an approval should be held up by the hardscape on these particular units, but I think we do need to be looking at the hardscape, and it shouldn't be put off as a, you know, kind of a secondary or tertiary matter. And I wanted just to be clear, I have every confidence that the landscape plan and the hardscaping will be consistent with the high degree and high quality design that is being presented to us, whether we like the design in particular or not, or we think it's appropriate in particular or not. I think it's fair to say that this is high quality work. And I appreciate that this is what's being offered by the applicant and the agent. But those are important points that I wanted to make up front. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. John, your turn.
Yes, very confusing. Building 1 and building 8. And 1 is here.
They're
Could we ask him to speak into the mic, please?
connected. So this is actually
Right. Well, before, I mentioned before, and I marked it here. People should go. Oh,
So, yeah.
that's the way I feel. But why are they back here?
he made them smaller, but they're still there.
Well, it's incorrect. Go to building 1, south elevation. That's not a typical front door. Meeting rails, I don't know what's behind them, I don't care. But these meeting rails are off compared to the fascia line and the gutter line. Something has to be corrected here before it gets approved. It's a nice project, but it's got to have some changes.
Sounds like, yeah.
Which door is front door on built south elevation?
It would be on the north, yeah.
Huh?
It would be on the north elevation.
Actually, I would say the east and the
Okay.
west
Why
technically.
wasn't the door changed? Front
I'm
door.
sorry. You're saying the quote front doors are on the east and the west?
That was the intent. That's why they're
Oh,
the
okay.
solid
So
panel
I'm sorry.
doors.
I can't hear it.
Sorry, John. So to answer your question, the east and the west elevation have the front doors, and those are the 2 panel solid doors. The doors that are on the sides of the building, north and south, are intended to be secondary means of egress, and they come off the common areas, and therefore they have some glass in them.
The reason I mentioned it is this is not a typical front door for any house in the island, with a 4 panel. Very few of them around. And there's some changes made here. Front door, All right. Shit, 10 years from now. But, what, okay, with building one south elevation. All right. Change the door type. Not another door like this that I can find. It's not here. I don't know what's going on.
Well, the idea behind that door change was some of the feedback that the board had given us last week, John, about trying to add some level of variety of to the actual door style per building. So I'll leave it
Can you
at
say
that.
that again a little?
Sure. So John, what we did is we actually, can you hear me now, John? Can you hear me? You got me?
You've got to turn it up louder so it's louder in the room.
All right,
I asked him that after the last meeting. Could
gotcha.
you please turn the volume up?
Right.
I'll
I'll try and I'll talk a little bit louder. Is that better? So the reason we changed that door, John, the board had asked us to provide a higher degree of variety, specifically for the front and side doors for all of the buildings in the development. And so this was our attempt to add variety where this is a more agricultural styled building. We changed the side door to just a simple one panel V groove so that it basically has some correlation to the barn doors and the V groove siding.
What are you gonna do about that?
The cupola? I think the cupolas are going, unfortunately.
Sounds that way.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully we can come back and you guys can tell us what you think if we get a shot to add them again. Because I do think that this particular building, I feel like is somewhat probably one of the most visible, even though it's the furthest from the road and there's a large green in front of this whole development. I feel like this, what we're calling the stable building is intended to look not so much like a affordable housing development and more like an agricultural reused structure.
This is building 1 and 8 as proposed to be finished this way.
That is correct, John.
All right. Why did you not take cupola off? A couple of us requested that too.
You did, but I was holding on to the hope. You did ask for that, but I was holding on to the hope that I could, because I do think that the cupolas support the notion that these are agricultural structures. So.
He's gonna get rid of them. He's gonna get rid of them.
Yeah,
Translated, roughly translated, they're going.
elevation building 1 and 8. Where that roof of the dormer comes over. You got it bouncing up and down.
The
He's talking
windows,
about the different sized windows in the dormer,
Right.
big ones and the small ones.
Generally, in the old days, if you had a tall window, you put tall ones on the first floor, shorter ones on the second. It just bounced around. I just don't understand what is going to happen here. Your committee gave us this set of plans tonight.
It was
Well,
simply for the color reference.
this is for the colors on the building. He was doing a color version so that it would supplement that, but these are the actual drawings. of the building, so.
Okay, now you have a request in for Gordon Batten, I guess it's called.
Actually, it's intended to be a V groove, but a vertical siding, natural cedar siding. The reason we proposed the V groove was because it's less busy than the battens. That was the intent.
Well, you got 2 of them here. What is this doing here?
That is a supplemental document to reference the proposed colors, which was something that the board had requested at the last meeting.
It's only color version. It's showing these buildings in color. Yeah, it's natural. It's grayed out to weather. So.
You don't want to shingle any of these?
they should.
A number of them will be shingled.
I'm gonna ask the same thing about shingling.
You're a lot simpler if you shingle everything. Everything in the area is shingled.
We don't care about
We
this
should not
area.
make any motions on this. We find out what the final thing is gonna be on each one. On number 1, looks like this. Number 8 looks like this. It's jumbled up.
Well, it's a little work
Too many
through.
drawings. No, I don't know. What was that?
Okay, thank you very much, John. This isn't gonna get approved tonight. I'm pretty certain of that. So my comments are that the V groove, natural V groove, I said it before, and you know, I feel the same way. This building, or these two buildings are what the most that the public is gonna see of this whole project. And I don't mind like the barn building that's in the back, that's gonna be up for review later, being something different, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea of the whole thing being natural V groove. You know, it reminds me of sort of like the Vermont aesthetic that you'd see sort of on, you know, Stowe or something like that. Here's a thought though, like, what if the dormers were shingled?
Mhm.
Then it's sort of like mitigating, at least from the public view being Fairgrounds Road, of all 100% vertical board. So I thought that might be one way to go. The I don't need to tell you, the cupola, I think you know where that's going right for the moment.
It's,
What else did I have to say about this? That's kind of it. Actually, yeah, I don't like the black. You know, I like sort of more muted dark grays. Stephen, was the word you were looking for hyphen?
Pardon me?
Hyphen
Was it-
gasket.
I think. you
I'm
can-
sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Chair.
Hyphen, is that the word you were looking for? The thing-
Hyphen? No, I think I know that one. No, it's a fancy word for a breezeway. We did it with Joe's out on Hoyks Hollow.
Yeah, sorry.
So, BPC. No worries. Go ahead.
Well, anyway,
Thanks,
so
so-
I think you have comments. I think what we should do is move for some.
Revisions, sure. Just one-
I have one other comment. What I also think is working against this is that it's so symmetrical. It really reads as this is a project.
Yeah,
It could be varied and it could be one gable facing the road and one, you know,
I did
something.
ask about that, and apparently the lots are configured in such a way that.
Of
they're
course they
actually-
I mean, that's not by design intended to annoy you or any board member. It's literally the way it's presented to us. And just, if I could follow up on some of those exposed rafter details, the imagery from the area with the fairgrounds, there's so many beautiful photographs. And there was a lot of exposed rafter tails, a lot of ornate work. And
But
so
there
that's what
isn't
we're,
now.
what's that?
I said, pick one building and harken back to that and leave everything else simple.
Okay, well, and I just want to make sure that, I mean, the goal here is to not, we don't want this to look like a benign
I thought they're trying
development.
to save money.
It's funny,
Mr. Chairman,
those rocker tails are certainly not saving any money. But,
I mean, there's ways you could do exposed fur and, you know, look, I think the goal here is to not, to make as, you know, positive, you know,
Or
impact as
share.
possible. So, anyways.
yeah, it's a port cochere. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion for revisions. I'd like to support the notion of breaking up, adding some shingles, removing the rafter tails. I'd like to suggest that I think we need to not treat this with animosity because it's a particular type of community, and that there's nothing wrong with wanting to distinguish structures. We do this all over the island when individual homes come in, including V-groove on structures in neighborhoods that have none. So I know I took some liberties there, but my motion is to hold for revisions.
okay. Thanks, Stephen. Okay, so on Stephen's motion for revisions. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
aye,
John on the motion for revisions, hold for revisions?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. I think that's everyone. So motion carries. Thanks. Next up.
I'm not on this. I'm not on these three.
So now, that's the only change, right?
Mr. Chair, if you prefer for the,
Well, it just has, this is the building we're reviewing. That's the one. Well, no, but we're gonna get, you're there.
Mr. Chair, I was gonna potentially suggest if you, for the last application, because it's the other half of building one, if you want that to just track with building one to save some time, we can do that.
So moved.
Oh, I forgot all about that. Okay, yeah, so Stephen has moved to have building 8, which is application number 4, track building number 1. Thank you. On that motion, let's see, it's gonna have to be the board that's sitting on that, which would include you, Abby. So are you okay with that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Diane on the motion,
Aye.
John? So building 8, which is the second half of what we just were reviewing, he's gonna track it. So Steve Welch motioned for this to track the other building. Are you
It'd
in?
be the same as the other.
Correct. All those comments we just said about the cupola and everything will apply to the same other buildings. So he's having to track. You good with that motion?
Vote for revision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so John's in, Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Did I get you, Diane? I can't remember.
Yes, I got me. I just would like to say one thing that,
All right, so now
what?
we're gonna go back to building number 2. So building number 2, all right, go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've made some fairly minor changes to this structure. Primarily, we've changed the front dormer. It was a shed. Diane, you had requested that we actually either widen it or narrow it. We did narrow it and we changed it to a gable. We thought that was a bit more architecturally interesting. That sheet there is great. We also changed the pitch. I'm sorry, we lowered the plate of the main gable mass. And the reason we did that was John, and I think he's not listening. Okay. Well, we did lower the plate height to align the meeting rails on the east and west elevations, if you will. So basically across the board made a gesture to make sure all the meeting rails lined up on the north and south elevations, changed the shed dormer to a gable. And then we also did change the doors to, I think it's a single panel. Is that a 2-panel? I think it's a 2-panel. But we did try to add some variation to all the door types. So we're not basically repeating, but obviously having a continuous common thread, if you will. I think those were the only, oh, also, John, we changed the brackets from curved to straight 45s. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that you, Diane?
Yeah,
Go.
building 8 is the 2 with the one that has a flat roof and one or flat straight across eave, and the one that has a cupola and has a gable in the front. And I appreciate what you did. I think it looks good, better. I would, the building that's next to it, the one with the cupola, are we looking at that now, or we look at that at a different time?
Diane,
Yes?
that's the next application.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. It's just a little confusing, or
Yeah,
my mind is a little soft. I think it looks good. I'd like to see it singled, which I hope that that's what you have. I'm not sure you're going to get away with a single panel front door, but that's there. What I also wanted to mention, because you notice it if you look at the site plan, that this house is in direct view going up that driveway, across the cars. You're going to see the cars, and then you're going to see the house in the back. I don't suppose that any fronts of the houses need to be changed that much. Just remember that as you look up that pathway, you want to make it look like it's part of the neighborhood. You're looking at who knows how many cars. No matter what you do, it's a straight driveway up and it's a straight driveway back. And I think it's something that we ought to see what it is going to look like from the street. This is going to be visible. Going to be visible as, so right now we're looking at 1, 2, 3 buildings that are going to be open to visibility. And, but I appreciate what you've done in that building. And Matt, how tall is it?
27.
It's 27. Thank you.
27. Well, that sort of fits in with the other one. And so I don't have anything. I think you've changed everything that you had been asked to do. So I appreciate what you've done. I just like to keep in mind that it's going to be visible from the street. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to start by saying I wish I were on the first one, because I don't have much to say about this one, but I had a lot to say about that. So, yeah, I appreciate the changes, and I was going to say that I thought that the shed dormer on the east, I think it is, no, it's be the west, the one that doesn't have the connector piece, I thought it might, it's a 7 and 12 now, and I was wondering if it could get shallower. It just looks a little thin, but from the elevation side, it looks better. Just from front on, it looks, it makes me want to just take it up a footer. But other than that, I'm fine with it. I think and it looks like a nice old farmhouse.
Okay, thank you, Abby. John, you ready?
And well,
Okay.
okay. I'm looking here. There's a scale.
Correct.
You take the 1/4 inch scale right here.
Yep.
This 1/4 inch scale measures out and says the structure is 40 feet high.
No. You have to read the lower numbers, or the ones closer to you, John. So
Yeah.
it's 26, it's almost 27 feet high. See, that's 26 there, that's 28 there, so 27 is the number in between. So it's 27 feet high.
Anyway, I have the same comments about the doors and the cupola. And I think they ought to take a hike, as they say.
It's on 3.
Mr. Chair, Terry can't hear John. Talking to the mic there.
Which,
Yeah.
Thanks.
I do it with that one too.
Terry can't hear
All
you.
right, now, get back to this. This is building 2. Which door is the front door?
John, that would be on the
Yeah,
south
I'm
elevation.
sure- I'm sure.
Okay. I think all the windows go back, as I said on the previous application. to cover. Make a change in the doors.
How do you feel about a 4 panel door there, John? You'll be okay with the 4-panel door?
Shouldn't do that to me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Just make a 4-panel door there, okay?
Sure.
Um, What was my other comment? Cupola, I was just.
Well, that's the next
I
application.
know,
You'll be
yeah.
able to- You'll be able to shoot that one down.
Okay.
next time.
Building 2, this is the front door.
Yes.
Okay,
He's agreed to do a 4-panel door.
yeah. Looks better than this. This is it, okay.
That's the back.
Yeah. So many of them, no?
Yeah,
Change
well, it's got 4 units in it.
Anyway, the cupola,
Again, that's the next one. You're gonna be able to shoot that one down next time.
nothing else.
All right. Hey, where the color here, Mr.?
It's gray sash, natural trim.
Natural trim gray sash.
Yes.
Okay. And gray doors.
Yes.
I have nothing to add. To give John his 4-panel door, we might actually have lift off.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, happy to do that.
I really didn't. know. Oh, my goodness, hold on. Steven,
I knew you'd get to me, Mr. Chair. I was just waiting for the dog to see if they had anything to say about the east elevation.
sorry.
Thank you. So yeah, I think if we look at the site plan, first of all, Matt, I appreciate the changes. I'm less focused on the doors. I just think they're going to be, having an identity to these buildings is okay. And as I said in the past, even if you happen to go down Green Meadows View Drive, you'll find a variety of door styles there as well as all throughout town. Can we zoom in on the particular structure, please? A little bit more. Thank you. So this is where I think the landscape and privacy screening type things come into play. The proximity of the structure to the, I think you're referring this to as your west, which would be the Laura, forgive me, I won't pronounce her last name, property line. I can say Port Cocher, which I think is what I was referring to as the kind of fancy breezeway. But in any event, this area is very close in proximity, and I think some focus on, we would get a confirmation of the proposed board fence that was previously approved, and also that there would be some vertical screening. I think we've been advised, and I agree, that we don't talk about landscaping unless it's a visibility screen. I think around the border of this little community, it is a visibility screen. And I would also suggest that there would be some columnar type trees. There's a variety of them. I drove by a bunch of sweet gum that are about 30 feet tall, the Festigate variety, and they look wonderful. So I think if approval were granted tonight, I would want to add those types of conditions. And if not, I would ask that we would pick that up when we do an approval. And I think that could be something that would be addressed not only with this application, but around the perimeter where these buildings are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Are we going to get a landscape plan for this?
So this, it's still in process. This is actually the planning board's landscape plan. And so we literally copied the same planting diameter plants and their notes that were part of the approval. So it is in process, but we thought that it was important to, maintain that is a planning board requirement, that planting vegetated area. And I think there's a planting key that was submitted with that. But, to your point, you can see on what we're calling the west, we do have to come up with a pretty specific strategy because it does get tight in that corner.
Right. That was Stephen's point. Steve,
Yes, sir.
if I understood you correctly, you're not making your approval conditional upon those things. You just want to make sure that they're reviewed and approved.
Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think if we were to approve it, it could be a simple motion that I would be happy to craft that would address the landscaping aspect and the proposed fence. I do note that the applicant has been through previous agent, but running in favor of the property and submitted and was approved for a fence around the perimeter of the property, which is shown in the site plan. So they wouldn't, my understanding is they wouldn't even need to come back for that. But if they had to, obviously we would have already approved it in the individual applications as a strategy. So the short answer is I'm happy to make a motion that addresses the concerns.
Okay, so could you do that? And could you also just do me a little favor and
The 4-panel door?
you-
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you say yes on the 4-panel door?
yes, on the south elevation.
Okay, thank you. So
I would like to say something before we put in an approval that we
Oh,
Good. stuck with.
all right.
First of all, I was under the idea that the HTC was the one who said what went on around the buildings. The planning board, they have made suggestions, but I don't believe they tell us what we have to do. I would like to see what is proposed around that building. I think the vegetation on this plot is going to be very important. And I would like to see not some sort of trees, because I don't know that that gives an answer. I would like to see a real vegetation idea that's going to go around where the berm is. I'd like to see that. And how it's going to fit in, because it's going to go the whole back of that lot. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. So I would like to see that before we approve it as is and with somebody else's vegetation application.
Stephen, could you make thank you, Diane. Stephen, could you make an attempt at a motion?
Yeah, and I think I can do it in such a way that addresses Diane's concerns without, holding up processing these applications. I understand there's timelines, and I am sensitive to the idea of the vegetative screening. And we'll see where it goes. So a motion to approve, subject to a border fence, 6-foot border fence along the western and northern boundary, consistent with the existing site plan. And vegetative screening largely is shown in the plan to include columnar trees along the north and west borders at 30-foot intervals.
And
And a 4-panel door on the southern elevation. Thank you for the reminder.
all right, let's see where that goes. Thanks for the motion, Stephen. On the motion, Abby.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to talk about the fencing and the landscaping in more detail. So I'm for passing the house itself, but I wanted to
No, he's formulating the landscape plan. So
Because we
that's not
usually
just
make
going
screening on the neighbor side.
It's just like a CYA.
What?
When we have vast amounts of fence, we have in the past made people put screening every so many sections on the neighbor side.
Stephen, are you hearing?
With a climbing hydrangea at every third section along the fence on the
Is that-
neighbor's side.
Is there enough
I'm sorry,
room?
I was continuing my motion.
Let's just hear the motion. Okay, so was that the end of it, Stephen?
Yeah, I was just to add, I think the point that Ms. Oliver makes is very valid and consistent with our past approvals and guidelines. And it's not an expense of any significance, but it is an aesthetic treatment for the
Just make
abutters.
the vote.
Thank you, Diane. I would prefer that you not direct me. I don't believe you're vice chair anymore. And even if you were, you're not sitting on it as chair in this capacity.
Oh, come on, Steve, just,
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Diane.
Hey, Stephen has made a motion on that motion, Abby.
I'm sorry, I wanted to see the detail.
Okay, Stephen, the motion's not going to carry, I can guarantee it.
Okay, I tried to move it forward. I guess I'll make a motion to hold for a landscape plan with fencing.
Did somebody make a motion?
I just made a motion to hold for a landscape plan to include the fencing.
What's that?
I made a motion to hold for a landscape plan and to include the fencing.
Okay, so the motion is to hold for a landscape plan that includes the fencing. On the motion, John,
Comment and innovation.
go ahead.
On filling through east elevation, the question is this is the breezeway, it's going through. It's still a gable roof. Gable roof start with a 6 minimum.
John, we have a motion on the table. Sorry.
I know, but I'm bringing it up, it's a fact. You can add something if you want.
I can look at changing
You
the
can't see it if
pitch.
it's connecting the building.
I'm just saying that it's a comment I'm making about this here. It's not meeting the requirements of the board.
Motion to adjourn.
Do what you want with it.
Okay, so
Seconded.
you're in favor or opposed to Stephen's motion?
Yes.
You're in favor of. Okay, thank you. Abby.
Aye.
All right, Diane,
with the vegetation plan, I would say aye.
in favor. Stephen, you're okay with your motion?
Yes, sir.
Motion carried. All right. This has got to stop. Okay, so now we're on to the really great barn building with the cupola.
Number 3, that's the low.
That was,
Number two, that was building number.
that was number 2, John. Building number 3 is going to be the one with the cupola.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump into it. So the primary changes we made to this structure, we're changing the front door style so that it's different from the other door styles, but in keeping with the proposed vernacular of this structure. We've revised all the brackets on the pent roofs to eliminate any curved brackets, so they're straight 45. I think that was a specific request from John. Again, this is one of the probably the tallest structure in the subdivision. It's just under 30 feet. That's by design. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you all know who you are. Who wants to start? You want to start, John?
Yeah, are we on number 3?
Number 3,
Number 4, that is
Do
the.
you know where you are?
building 3. Does somebody else want to go, Abby?
So I think I mentioned the height on this one, which is, it's almost 30 feet.
Correct.
I guess and the one before that was 27. building
Correct.
2.
We lowered that one.
So it varies a bit. I remember thinking it's a bit tall. So as far as I'm not a big fan of the de-groove board. I think the shingling is a better idea. It's more appropriate for the neighborhood. I'm actually okay with the cupola. I think if you want to make this one the barn structure, I think it's fine. I really don't have much to say out.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
I'll go if you want.
Go ahead, Diane.
Oh, okay. I think that the buildings should be shingled and not the eye groove. I would go along with the cupola at the top. I would like to see the front door. Matt, what is the front door? It's hard to see in this drawing. It sort of fades out. Is
Oh,
it four
Diane,
panels going up and down or what?
on this structure, Diane, we changed it to a one panel V, 6-inch wide V groove for just the barn structure. Building 2 is a 2-panel door.
Yeah, I think I knew that one. It's just I couldn't see on this one, but now I can. I don't know. I can't answer you, I can't decide what it should be, but if it was, it would be the only part of it that I would like to see the V groove. And other than that, I don't see this others, the east or the west, but I would take it that it fits in. So what is the colors on this one?
This is a black sash, natural trim, natural siding.
Okay, well, I'd like to see a view of the gray or some soft color rather than the black. I've sort of, as you could tell maybe, that I was trying to avoid black trim in this particular area, which you have more than one sort of stands out. And I'd like to see them sort of fade into the background. I'd like to see also just when you, if you can give us an idea of the vegetation and the berm behind it. When we, yeah,
Sure.
it actually has a fair amount of land to do some good trees. I don't think they should all be columns. It'll look like soldiers walking down the road. I'd like to see there are lots of trees that grow not so big and not so wide. There's a coffee tree, all sorts of trees. It doesn't have to be, it can be deciduous. We're not trying to hide the buildings. So I would think that we should have some difference in the trees, not all of them alike marching as soldiers. But other than that, that's my only problem with the building.
Okay, Diane, thank you. John, you ready?
That's it.
Not yet. How about you, Stephen?
No, I'm gonna wait for John.
Come on.
I mean, haven't we all previewed these so we're ready and prepared out of respect for other membership? I'll go, Mr. Chair. I actually don't disagree necessarily with, I'm going to back into it with Diane's comment about the trees. It does not need to be homogeneous, single course, but I think it's unfortunate to hold this up based on a plant selection. I do agree that probably the cupola is not going to fly, and probably the V groove is not going to fly. But I think it's unfortunate because I think that some architectural elements within these structures, which is to say on the facades, actually adds to their presentation. And I think that that's okay. So I understand I'm in the minority with the V groove, but I do think it's fair to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. You might not be in the minority, by the way. John, ready?
Southeast perspective, straight. It's true or it's straight?
This is
We're
3.
doing Building 3 now, John.
Straight, building straight.
Yes.
I have the same comment as I do on the other. You know, these ought to be shingled, not board back, to stay in the neighborhood. The other thing I'll say is, it's all the same. People should take a hike. It's just, everything's duplicated up to a point that it. Whatever's here. And the front door, I'm taking is on the building 3 west elevation.
Right?
Correct.
It is west.
that's the door. It's not the front. The front door is on the south elevation. There, right? Yeah, that's it. That's the one. So when we were discussing building one, I said that I would allow this one under review right now, number 3, to be the barn. So I'm okay with the batten on this one. I'm actually okay with the cupola, but I would like to see it rendered more as a traditional cupola. I can't look at too many gable cupolas out here, like any on Nantucket or pipped. So that would be a condition. And then, further, I don't know, this is just a thought, but this back piece, I think the northern piece, which is
Mhm.
could be shingled, so that
True.
sort of like the main building was and this was added on and different concerns. I really like the black to be toned down in general. You know that.
We can definitely do that. And I think with the other building, the stable building, having the shingle dormer almost supports the notion that the dormers were added at a later date.
Exactly.
So,
It's the same
Yeah.
premise.
yes, great suggestion.
I would make a motion to approve, but do you want to see that cupola redesigned?
I'd actually be fine with the cupola, just if you took what you have and turned it into.
Yeah.
As opposed to the gable.
Um,
But so you do what you need to do.
I'll make a motion to approve with the following conditions, that the cupola be, say, hipped, and the V groove remain, that the black is more of a gunmetal, whatever, that
Dark gray.
dark gray.
Yeah.
Um, Did you say the back was going to be shingled?
Yeah, that was a thought.
Happy to do that. I think it's a
Okay.
great suggestion. I like that a
Yeah.
lot.
Because it goes with the
Okay,
rest.
he's okay.
And I agree. I think if we make this one the barn, then we can tone it down on the others.
All right.
So that's
Okay,
my
so
motion.
that's the motion. Okay, so Abby has made that motion. On the motion, Diane,
Aye, aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
thank you, John. No, we're going to approve this one with the cupola changed, with the back shingled, and the black going to dark gray.
Yeah.
You probably opposed to that, right, John?
Opposed.
Okay. John's opposed, and Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion does carry 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Matthew, I'm sorry to say this, but I think that's it for you.
Thank you for
Did
your
have
time
Enough fun?
and your attention. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Am I still here?
Yes.
Okay. Westmore,
Good evening.
I thought you were up in Vermont.
I usually am. Yeah, so we've got revisions to both dormitory A and B. Well, I guess for the record, I'm Adam Davis from Goldsmith Architects, and we're representing the Westmore Club. And to our last application. We have our standard submission, but then we also have rules that I think will help us. First, we'll just go over some of the concerns with the project. Short. First was the actual orientation of each building, and that they weren't really facing Westmore Street, instead they were directed kind of away from Westmore. So we rotated both of them, or I'm sorry, mirrored them 180, so that both of the front
Sorry.
porches are. Oh, yeah.
Did you say Westmore Street?
Or sorry, Westmore Lane.
Westmore Farm
So
Road.
that
Oh,
actually,
sorry, Westmore Farm Road.
okay. Thank you.
So they're now facing in towards the parking area and the road. So they're oriented with front porches facing that way instead of the way.
Okay.
We removed except for that front elevation. And we changed the windows to 6/6 to match with other property. And then we get into really the visibility, which is the concern. Relatively tall and then they're sitting on top of the hillside. They are sort of on that ridge and we've been studying the site very carefully, which is not quite the high point. These will be sitting down just a little bit lower. The high point on that road where it turns is roughly at elevation 29. These will be at 26, I believe. So we're going to be pulling away from the road a little bit and trying to hunt things down. And then as we discussed kind of the next phase of this, and we have just submitted for the new tennis court, which will essentially hide these buildings quite well from any view. Also just given some of the existing plantings and the trees that were all modified, which are actually off the property, it's actually town property, which is quite thick, and we'll be adding to that as well to make sure it's heavily screened. Another element on the site plan that we were originally planning on demolishing the existing cottage that was right at that back driveway. We're now planning on keeping that. So, yep, right there. And that will also help because really that corner is kind of the only view back towards the dormitories, whereas the rest, anything to the west of that corner is thickly planted.
Photos for that?
We did.
Yep, and we
If
do,
the-
so I don't know, if, Molly, you
I
have
would have
the-
sworn you could actually see like the tops of the tennis court.
You can.
You can.
It would essentially be, again, right from that corner, but anything going
Well,
beyond
you
that,
say the back corner.
it's right at this driveway.
Well,
Sorry? Oh, yeah. Here, there's the cottage and the view toward where they're going.
okay, well, I understand the fact that keeping the existing cottage will block it from a certain vantage point. But my larger question is a question.
Like, yeah, that
My,
whole
my
area,
recollection is when I'm driving down Westchester, I can actually see some of these are existing, some are proposed, but can I see the fences from over here?
Yes.
Which means that I'll see the door.
Well, they're putting
You might see
pickleball
it.
courts in front of them now.
Okay,
anyway, you might see
That
the
was- that was
actual very high.
that was a point of clarification. Thank you. All right,
So now the renderings, Holly, I'm not sure if you have those put up on the screen. We've got, basically looking at this view, since this was kind of our point of conversation last time. This is where the cedars kind of take a break at the driveway, so that's looking up at the bridge where dormitories are proposed. And if you look at the handouts that we have, the first view is a bird's eye view of the whole development. And so it gives a good orientation in terms of the dormitories are proposed, where the new tennis courts are proposed along with the pickleball court, which somewhat surround these. And the intention with the courts would be very similar to the existing courts on the property where we have green fencing with privet hedge surrounding. And then again, with the small cottage staying in place, we will keep that in place, and as well as with some additional plantings and trees. Go to the next image. Next image, this just is a show again of that view. You can see the very large cedars on the left, and that's what kind of fills along that property line between the property line and the road. Next, so this shows without the tennis courts and without really any additional planting, but the existing cottage is blocking dorm B. The dorm A would be visible from here,
Only from
but they are
right
really far
here.
away from that
They
view,
haven't
so
given
I
it to
don't
us.
feel it's going to be very overpowering. And the final view, this shows the next step where we would have the tennis courts in with the green fencing and the privet hedge.
that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you guys, I know, you want to speak on this? So did you me a favor? Could you go over to the microphone there? And, well, actually, we have one on either side, take your pick. And just give your name for the record and where you live. That be all right?
He's just moving that away. So I don't fall over.
John is. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm Tony McCarroll. I live at 106 Westchester Street,
Thank
which is the property directly across from the open field.
Okay.
And we've been observing and listening to the proposed new dormitories, but the pickleball courts and the tennis courts, if you think those are made to screen dormitories, they are another entire new set of structures just with fences alone that make the whole view even worse from a neighborhood point of view. And I think you should keep in mind that the Westport Club is the only commercial activity in what is a very quiet residential area. And even now we are get incredible impact from the food trucks, the Cisco trucks and the tent trucks that come down Westchester Street in the summer. And sometimes, you know, the season seems to be increasing in length. So this is, you know, no longer a peaceful neighborhood. And with tennis pickleball courts and another tennis court, and pickleball, I think it was a year-round activity now. And those would be lighted as well. And I think that's just completely unacceptable. And I think using that as quote unquote screening for the dormitories is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
I may have one clarification. Just that the courts will never be lit at night and there's no intention that anything will be used, especially this past course. That's typical summer.
Past when?
Typical summer season.
Oh, I see. Okay. Anyone else?
I'm Mark Carroll, because I was Westchester Street, I'm a trustee of the properties 20 and 24 Lane. Which, I just want to echo what my wife said. Residential. Everybody else, somewhere where they're going to similar purpose, they've been here a long time. This is a residential. What noise from this part? Sound of the club's children. Bringing these courts even closer to Westchester. Just that. The other question I would have, properly approved by the planning board for maintenance. Secondly, thought the tennis court is screening something. Yeah, I would just rather.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks. We'll turn it over to the board now. Oh, John did have a question on your south elevation. Remind us what these sort of like screens are that are. That's so funny.
They're
Oh, I'm
rendered,
sorry. Yeah, there's, I think, an issue with the, and I apologize, that was it's not meant to be any different than just the standard square window.
Yeah, okay, so John, that's actually not right.
What's supposed to look like this.
Yeah, if for some reason. I think it's this way. Okay, so that's clarification on that. Oh, okay, so John's gonna go first. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. One thing I can mention is on the north elevation. It's a 4-inch minimum pitch. And you get a 3.
3 and 12 roof pitch.
This one right there. Is it 6 light window? It should be a 4-inch pitch minimum. You know that, I think it's fine. Ready to
Okay.
move.
Thank you, John. Let's see, who's next? Oh, Abby, you're on this. You want to go?
Sure, you know, the architecture side, I'm concerned about the placement of the courts and the future pickleball courts, and I'm wondering, I think Val said a long time ago when we first brought this up, that why not put the buildings at the beginning and do some screening? And I don't know if there's anything you can do to, you know, make these tennis courts further into the property or somehow get them off Westchester Street.
Okay, so these are the existing ones.
Yeah.
The ones they're proposing, which don't show up on here, are here.
Oh, yeah. Do you
Is
have
is that
this?
what you meant?
Well,
Those are not proposed yet.
Yeah,
these are the pickleball
Yeah.
Correct.
courts that are right on
Yeah.
the street.
right.
So those are my thoughts. Just, you know, could these go further into the property and get off Westchester?
Yeah, we've definitely played around with the site a bit. And this is what we went through. When we reached out to part of the idea of this, the courts going around the housing was that we're trying to be courteous in terms of the neighbors by keeping the dormitories away from the road.
Hang on a second.
It's,
Okay, anything else?
no, I'm just throwing questions out before the architecture. I'm fine with the dormitories as architectures.
Oh, okay,
I just-
because that is actually what's under review right now. So are you suggesting moving further in or the pickleball courts?
The dorms, there was once talk of putting them at the beginning of the,
Like over here,
Oh.
behind the
okay.
cottage.
All right, got it.
and I don't know whether that would help, because those are going to be landscaped as well, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
So-
and the other part that we have approval for the planning board is a maintenance barn that would be going on the south side of Tennis Square, right where the cursor is.
Right where what is?
The cursor on the street, sorry, just south of it.
So in between the pickleball courts?
The pickleball is just that far corner, and then the other two are just tennis courts.
My last comment is that I think it would be good to have everything, the
At one
maintenance
time.
building, so we're not, I mean, because it will affect how we, you know, foresee this being, laying out. So I would like to sort of see it all just on one
I
plan.
will say the maintenance building is indefinitely on hold at this point. So not exactly sure how we're planning on proceeding with that.
Thank you. You're all set?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Diane, you ready? Diane, you're muted right now. But you're-
Here I am. I'm unmuted. I am ready.
All right.
I appreciate the changes of the dorm so that they look somewhat unsimilar. I am concerned about the neighbor and the lights. This is a commercial entity, I believe, and I believe being so, we do have something to say about the lights. I think that the pickleball, whatever you want to call it, should move away from the street so people driving along are not gifted with it right there. It's not a necessity to be up there. This is I think a proposition that is supposed to fit in with the area that it's in. And it has gotten to an extent that is taking over the whole thing. And other people who have houses along the way are becoming subservient to what is being proposed. So I would like to see perhaps a removing of the pickleballs to some other location and maybe move around what you can. I didn't understand what was going next to the cottage, between the cottage and the pickleball. I didn't, it was hard to hear him say what was going on there. So I don't know exactly what they were planning to put in that area. But I would like to see it a little more neighborhood friendly. So there's the existing cottage and there's the pickleball courts. Right there, what's going in there?
Nothing at the moment, but we have planning board approval for a maintenance barn. and a lot.
But that's where it would go.
Well, I think you need to move the pickleball court away from the street and move it in somewhere else or change your parking or something or other. I think it's getting a little overloaded with courts. So that's all I have to say at this time.
Thank you very much, Diane. Val Oliver.
Well, I agree with what's been said. I think our charges, unfortunately, we have no control over what the planning board plans and approves. We deal with it when it comes to us, and our concern is what it looks like. I think the courts that are proposed in the future that are being used as sort of screening for these two buildings probably should be rethought. It would behoove the applicant to probably come up with some sort of buffer there from
It didn't.
neighborhood. That makes it keep its rural road feeling. Some trees or natural vegetation or something. Screening is really key. And maybe the buildings, the housing buildings get split up and there's one here and one there, and it wouldn't look as much of an anomaly. Personally, if they stay where they are and there's some screening that's put in, and the field is left wide open, I think they'd be successful. It would just look like another building here. Because these courts are approved here doesn't mean we'll approve them here, and that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Val. So, sounds like the issue is not so much the dorms, it's the courts.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. The courts are not on the table right now, we're aware of that. But I think that the idea of, to quote the neighbors, the
We're putting the
courts
we're putting the
screening,
court before the house.
it would be like the brick wall is screening, so I think we're gonna have a lot more to say about the courts, so that's something that you might want to put in your vest pocket and converse about. I didn't hear an awful lot of critique of the actual dorm, other than John's request to have that 3 and 12 roof pitch go to a 4 and 12 roof pitch. I understand it's going to affect your windows up above, but it is a policy that we do have. Is that something that you might be able to accomplish for us?
Let's see what we can do. I mean, I think we can make adjustments to that shed dormer
Well,
specifically. whether
I
we're
guess what
talking-
I'm saying is, we might be able to get you an approval here
Yep, I think
on
that's
these
something where we
buildings,
can do,
if that were a condition, you have to meet it,
yes.
okay? Were there any other concerns? Because what I'd be looking for from someone is a motion to approve with certain stipulations like the
Yes.
4 and 12 roof pitch. Is there anything else that's of concern to anyone that should be included in a potential approval?
Well, so, if we approve these, buildings, they would be where they're are on the site. Like,
Yeah,
They don't, I mean,
yeah,
if we decide that we don't want the courts here, then we've lost that area.
all right. Well, so that is why I made a point to him about the fact that the next battle, the larger battle that's going to be fought here in this room isn't about the dormitories, it's about the courts. Because the courts are closer to the public way. The courts are being used to, screen, quote unquote, what isn't a particularly offensive building. So we're gonna have more to say about that, and that could affect where the whole, the whole layout, basically.
And if I may, like, if we could basically at least lock in that we have approval on the dormitories, that we know the buildings themselves or something that are okay.
Yeah,
That if the
essentially,
courts are
that
involved,
is
we
what
can
I'm
shut-
telling you is that with a few really minor revisions, perhaps only one, that these are approvable. But we're going to be improving them in this location. So if anything's going to happen, you may want to look at the bigger picture.
Right, and I think that's where if we run into a roadblock with the courts, then that's something that we would resubmit based on that.
Okay, we have an understanding.
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. All right, would somebody like to make a motion on this dormitory?
I just
building?
have a question. What
Yeah.
colors are
Oh.
they?
Oh, it's all natural, white cedar, and I apologize, the application calls for an asphalt shingle roof, but we're gonna go with a red cedar roof.
Nice. And what color is the sash?
Green sash. white
Oh,
trim.
right, just
Oh,
like the other.
that's
building.
good.
Yeah, that's
Green
what,
door.
that's their theme there.
Right.
Okay.
Can I ask a question quick? I was on the back piece of paper and I forgot the shutters that are on the dorm B, I guess. They're not really the type of shutter that goes with the house. Can they be solid shutters rather than
Those
what
match
they,
the rest of the development, as far as the kind of simple plank shutters and
yeah,
sides with the exception of the front.
You know what, they're drawn wrong.
and what color are they?
They'd be pretty.
So to that point, Diane?
Yep.
Shutters are actually drawn wrong because the inside face of the shutter is supposed to be covering up the corner board, as we all know. That's the way shutters work. So
Right,
it is imposing as these drawings would suggest.
what color are they?
Green.
Green. Okay, it's just, I thought they were a little weird, really, but I understand now what happened.
Drawn incorrectly. So if we get them to change that, I think that would be better.
Yeah, good.
So sounds like, can we have a motion?
I'll try.
Yeah, go ahead.
Motion to approve it with changes.
Yeah, but Val's gonna tell you what the changes are. She's done.
Motion to approve through staff with the following changes, and those would be to make the roof on the west instead of a 3.5, a 4,
Right.
to correct the shutters.
So that the inside of the shutter aligns with the inside face of the casings. The shutters overlap the side faces. Thank you.
And to come in with or put some exuberant screening in back of these toward
Okay,
Westchester.
good motion. All right.
Of
That is the
natural
motion.
vegetation, not privet.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looks rural.
Yeah, we plan to plant a fair amount of natural.
That would be great. Thank you. Sorry, so Val has made a motion on that motion. John,
Aye.
thank you. Abby. Location Diane on the motion.
Aye.
You, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so it's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Oh, guys, did you have anything you want to say about the second dorm, which is the only other application on this? Other than what's already been said? No, I mean, they're each.
Well, they're
separate
both the
applications.
same, really.
I mean, they're just, we're gonna have the same comments on these. We're gonna be seeing you guys again, definitely. Well, unless they decide to withdraw the other. Yeah, that would.
This is, I think, we want to plan to raise this very issue, and we just think totally unnecessary. Originally, this club was designed to the rear entrance would never. The club was the rear entrance would be never used for commercial traffic.
An
exuberant
planting.
Comes down, it's regular spot where the center should- my grandchildren not allowed to ride their bikes in
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
summer months because of that. Once getting down to this rear entrance is used, right? I'm going to be very careful about this. There's two traffic, and what we get is people late for their tennis during their tennis game. They're coming up Westchester. Westchester. It's got a huge wide corner on it, just below the bar.
I'm sure it's a more frequently traveled entrance.
The second thing I would just suggest to you is I think this is all plan of the Westchester, the Westport Club.
I don't think that's a secret.
That's the reality. You start at 25%.
No. Yeah.
Westchester,
Can we use the microphone?
critical for everybody to realize this is a resident. Any other area, something with a zero, and the golf course.
Thanks, folks.
Please know, like, I'll be meeting with management or tomorrow, I'll definitely bring it to that concern.
We would all appreciate that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I've seen bicycles go off.
Okay.
Okay. All right, now, so that was Form A. Form B, I believe is. there.
I would make my same motion, which would be change the roof pitch on the shed to a 4. Correct the shutters and the exuberant natural vegetation toward Westchester.
Exuberant.
Oh, yeah,
in the-
this is
in
just
the,
read
Building
that
with
wrong,
Nantucket
yeah.
in mind is defined as 85% opaque.
And,
so-
and just when you print them, make sure they don't look like
Oh,
the jail
yeah,
cells.
Right,
Yeah.
the ones that go in have to be like that. All right, Val, thanks for the motion on that motion. John? Thank you, Abby.
She's still abstaining.
Oh, that's right. And Diane on the motion?
But I would like to say, well, I got you, would you ask people to use the microphone?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Everything-
It was actually, I appreciate that. We'll do that next time. They were just on their way out and we had actually closed that particular part of the hearing. So,
Okay,
yeah, I will. Noted, Diane. So you're in favor of the motion and let's see, Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, and I am too, so that carries. All right, thank you. And now we're going to go to 50 Eel Point. Ta-da. We're on number 7.
Moving a long
Oh, my
way.
goodness. Yeah,
Ugh.
I gotta slow down. I'm getting dizzy.
Hang in, Jess.
Oh.
Yeah. No, no.
Is this the house on the hill?
This is the house not on the hill, the house under the house. on the hill. We're at the lower elevation. We're in the valley.
Do we know what that house looks like?
That was 52 to a point is the one that you're thinking of.
Yeah, but I don't remember what this one looks like.
Behind it.
Okay.
It sits low, right next to Range Road. Essentially, the comments at the last meeting were that we had a third hedge hiding, screen the pool. You guys asked that we change the natural vegetation. We did. And then there was also comments about the drive and garage on the side, which now Ethan is coming in with asking other drawings that shows that gone. So the
Wait, hold it. What's going? What's
So
this?
the garage that we highlighted up there with the sunken garage.
Yeah.
On that, right where the cursor is.
Yes,
So that is actually getting nixed, and
that whole thing?
that whole thing is gonna get next to the driveway. Is gonna be at the upper elevation. The garage doors are gonna be at the upper elevation.
Oh, okay,
Ethan's
so
coming
you're
in with
still
that.
gonna have the drive there, you're just not gonna have the massive amount of retainage that takes you to a subterranean garage.
Exactly. So those walls go away anyway, but.
All right, well, they're still showing on the plan,
I know.
We didn't.
as is the grade change.
Right, but this was turned in before they made, like, you just turned in that plan on this.
All right, well, so then we'll just have to note that, so. That's good news.
Yeah, I think it's all water well.
All right.
There was a water table.
Oh.
Bad.
Um,
We didn't like it anyway.
It's a lot of stone.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it? All right, thanks. Ah,
I'd like
board
to
members.
I'd like to say something positive for,
Yeah, go.
I
Wow.
just, I think that the fact that this pool backs up to the, whatever that is, volcano, looks like, sort of obscures the pool, and, everything looks natural up front, like 100 feet of this, whatever that is. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a golf course where you have to, so,
Yeah, that's the, is that my yogurt over there? Way beyond my reach.
Muted, you want to go?
Just
Diane?
unmuted her. She's
Oh.
The Three Stooges.
Is she's still muted? Okay, so why don't you go, Val?
I appreciate natural vegetation, the miscellaneous natural vegetation. We have no idea what it is. Not that it's our business, but it is quite far from the pool, so I'm wondering how that is really going to screen it.
It sits really far back on the property. I think.
We've been told that before.
Hmm,
I know, but that's why you have your cabinet.
that one on New Lane.
few of them.
Okay, is that it, Val?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
the horse got out of the barn on this one, and the whole street. It's fine.
All right. John? Ready?
So it's just gone too?
Yeah. This,
And the building?
no, the building's staying, but this is all
Top of the
retained.
wall on the right side there. Difference of,
Hey, John? They're not gonna do that. No more wall, no more grade change there. They're getting rid of it. It's just a driveway
driveway to the house.
to a garage. Yeah,
only do some of them.
is gonna be right there. This used to be underground.
Right.
They're gonna dig this way down, but they're not doing that anymore. Okay,
So what changes do you make?
oh, we added some hedge here, right? Natural vegetation, just to screen the pool.
Okay, it's been on a couple.
Mhm.
Everything is closed off from the pool. Apparently.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Diane. She's muted.
I'm here. Sorry.
That's all right.
The pool over there, and the buffer is, I think it's hidden from the landscape. I wondered, you got a 30-foot high fieldstone retaining wall. I didn't know what exactly you were retaining there. That needed that high a thing. That's almost 3 feet high. And
Sorry to
the,
talking about
What?
the, are you talking about the retaining wall that's overrunning next to, what's that side road called?
Ranger Road.
The-
not Ranger Road, on the absolutely opposite direction where it says natural vegetation, and then you see the pool, and then you see a white fence, or what is, says it's a 30-foot, 30-inch high fieldstone retaining wall, and I just wondered what they were retaining.
30 inches high, 2.5.
Yes,
Because it drops off to that wetland over there,
right.
slopes down to the wetland.
Yeah, I understand that. I just was wondering why it couldn't just naturally slope without a wall of yet another wall.
The proximity to the wetland would be able to reach that.
If the pool was smaller, you could.
I'm not sure I agree with that, Lindsay.
But I mean, you have to rotate it.
What?
But I honestly don't think. we've seen
You're allowed to regrade, between the 50 and the 25.
You are?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't have any structure past 50, but you're allowed to regrade there. So Diane's correct. You could slope that down over there.
I don't see its ability, you wouldn't even see that wall from the road.
I agree.
Yeah, come, let's go.
So Diane, anything else?
No, that was primarily it. It's a very formal little place for 50 Eel Point Road. So I just thought some natural stuff would be good. That's all.
Okay, well, at least he's getting rid of that retainage along the side road there. That was a big plus for me. Okay, thank you, Diane. I'm actually okay with this. The retainage could be done away with over there by the pool, but I know Lindsay's correct that it will not be visible from Eel Point or does somebody want to make a motion?
Question. One question. You mentioned the garage,
Yeah,
but there's no garage on it.
well, this is the house, so the garage doors are gonna be right there. Okay, now whoever makes the motion should make clear that the drawings that we have in front of us right now are not really accurate because they still show the grade change down to a
I
subterranean.
put
garage.
omit.
Oh, so do you have an exhibit A going
Yeah.
over there?
Oh, good.
Okay, good.
Oh, motion to approve per Exhibit A.
All right, and exhibit A for you, Diane, is basically getting rid of all that retainage that's shown along
Get ready.
Ranger Road. That's going to happen.
Okay, good.
Okay, so that's the motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
John, thank you, Diane,
Aye.
you, Abby. On the
Aye.
motion, and I'm in favor, motion carries. All right. Now we're on a new business, folks. Oh, my goodness. Look at this.
So
huge
sorry.
Block of Val Olive.
Yeah, well, I'm holding some of
Oh,
them.
come on,
Come on,
don't.
just do it.
Poor Jesse's sitting over there with nothing to do.
I'm gonna just do my 8 through 11, because my people are here.
Well, hold on.
Don't get him
We'll to
excited.
that in a second. All right, so the first thing we have up. Where's Robbie Newman? No Robbie?
No, but I know Brooke's out there.
Well, send him in because she's next up.
Is
Thank
someone
you.
keep blinking or is that me?
What?
Oh, is it the screen? And I keep on putting things up and-
It's just-
Okay, here's that. Thank you.
Keep laughing about this. It's Nothing funny so far.
If I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh.
Thank you.
Trash.
Oh, it's over here.
It broke.
Tastes like your
Right.
shampoo.
Johnny,
What's it? Natural essentials.
It is funky.
Okay, Brooke, you have your regular board on this.
Okay.
All right. Oh,
Oh, motion to hold number 1 for representation.
thank you. Okay, John on the motion to hold number 1 for rep. Thank you, Abby.
All right.
Thank you, Diane. Diane,
Aye.
Abby.
Again? Aye. That's okay.
And Val was your motion, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and you're good with the motion.
yeah.
And I am too. so
Jess,
that-
you can
now,
sit on
Brooke,
this if you want.
North Mill, lot 21, Birdsong.
Lot 27. It's 27B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna sit off this. Please.
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. Oh,
I haven't sat on any of them.
Jesse, yeah, all
Oh,
right.
yes.
But, so I'm just gonna ask the question for asking. Steven's no longer on, right?
No.
He's only, okay. All right. So Jesse, you're on.
Thank you.
So it's not the regular board.
Right.
4/5 of the regular board plus Jesse.
Okay.
Okay, so.
One correction, that plan shows a spa. There is no spa. There's no application for a spa. So I just want to be clear about that.
All right, well, it doesn't appear on our thing here. so-
Great. Well, it's
Mine does.
Yeah, it's on the site plan.
on the site plan.
Oh, not on the.
Yeah, that can just be
description.
crossed
I do see
crossed
that
out. Yeah.
now. Okay, yes, all right.
Secondly, this building is at the end of the dead end. It is obscured by the building that was recently approved on lot 28. And it will be tucked into that back corner with no visibility to the east or to the south. Some limited visibility on the north and to the west, looking down the driveway. It's a pretty basic form. And I think that I'll just look forward to your feedback.
Before we even hear from the HSAB, Brooke, I want to say I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because there's a lot of topo change there and there's absolutely no reference. to it.
This is a flat lot in the back.
How is that possible? Seriously?
It
this
is
totally
seriously,
flat?
right in that area, that's all on 61.
Okay, all right, I'll just have to take your word for it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, HSAB did this on June 28th for the new dwelling. Comments are as follows: reduce the intermediate wing in scale, tone down the front door. Main mass as a 5-bay question instead of the proposed 4.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room that wants to speak on this application? Mr. Catone? No? Okay. All right, so then it's to the board.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
Okay. The front door on the west elevation is too heavy. I heard somebody say something. I'd like to see it come down. It's at 28.3. I think that is too high. I'd like to see both come down to more in the 26, 27 area. And I'd like to see on the west, no, on the south elevation. South elevation, that shed dormer, I don't know what it is. The meeting rails don't go anywhere near where they should be. And I find that the two wings, I don't know whether you are making that as a first floor additive or not, but with the number of windows that are there and it's repeated again on the second floor. It shouldn't be. This is supposed to fit into an old type housing neighborhood, and that particular two sides of the south elevation I find not, I don't like it. And I would separate on the east elevation. Brooke, did you say that we weren't going to see that?
East and south are not visible.
Okay. Well, you see the south from quite an extensive siding because of the repetitive building behind it. I'd like to see it on the site plan so that I could see that it wasn't
You go-
lost. I'm looking at it, but it keeps going too fast. Anyway, I think that would fit in with the houses that are there already, is to bring it down. What is the elevation of the whole piece of land? Do we have how,
I'm looking.
what it is at the end of the dead end? How high is it off the street? I see some topo lines, but I have no figures, so I don't know how tall the land is right there.
Diane?
Yes,
Here's, I don't know, if you probably can't see me, but there's a topo of 60 that runs through the neighboring lot.
yep,
61 that sort of, I would assume, runs diagonally across this lot, so. you know,
okay, must be 61, 62 feet, don't you think? Yes,
What?
Excuse me?
I said it should be about 61 or 62 feet.
It's consistent at 60 to 61. It's a relatively flat lot compared to.
Okay. All right, well, because at the north has that same, your meeting rail doesn't answer our shed dormers at all. And I don't perhaps thinks that 4 window just to the right of those 3 windows up there is good. I know, I'd like to see it without it. So that's just a quick going through of what I had taken notes of. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Diane. Abby, are you all set?
Yeah. Yeah, I just feel that it's, the west elevation is massive, and I'd like to see the right side of it drop down, reduce that to something more diminutive to the main mass. And It seems a little odd that that fourth window on the second floor and on the far right of the main mass is sort of squeezed up against the corner board. I'd like to see that just sort of balanced out.
That's under a porch in a pantry room. It's,
To the right of the front door.
oh, to the,
Second floor.
She's talking about the proximity of those windows to the corner board.
Just, it's nice and generous over there, but it seems sort of squished towards the corner board. And then going back, the added massing, I'd like that to be dropped. But my main concern is the front elevation, that it looks almost lot line to lot line. I'd like to see that reduced. The added massing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John, you ready?
I like some description here on here for 20, lot 27 North Mill Street.
Yeah.
And the lot number 27B, Birdsong. Somebody point out where they are.
All right, well, Birdsong is this new subdivision lane right here. So this is, we're looking at that portion. right there.
Okay, it's got two descriptions, that's why. Right there.
Oh, no, you know what that is? Okay. Is the name of the trust 27 North Mill? That's the name of
Yes.
the quote owner.
yes.
So, John, it's confusing because that 27 North Mill is actually the name of the owner,
Okay.
not the road.
South elevation. Meeting rails have to be lined up. They're off, way out. All right, okay, the north elevation, meeting rail problem. And where? Plan, you show me where north elevation with a 6 or 7 foot fence, where is that? Yeah. Yeah, I know where it is. Where is it here?
That is. It's not fencing, it's just part of the architecture.
Any air conditioning? No.
I'm sure there will be, but they won't be visible.
We'll take care of it.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Okay. That's the other one. Yeah, meeting rail, and what is the length of the structure?
66
feet.
across the front. But this elevation moves away from the
66
dead
feet.
ends.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Dutra.
Thank you. I agree with what the board has said, especially Abby's comment about the secondary massing. It reads a little bit like one big mass, and I think if you knock that secondary mass down, if possible, a little bit, that'll help define the primary mass. And then with the doors, the front door, it seems a little too ground. Maybe remove the light panels or one or the other, which may give you a little bit of room on the right to allow those windows to come off to trim a little bit, which was a concern of Abby's, and I'm okay with the rest of the elevation.
All right, thanks, Jesse. So there seems to be a little bit of theme emerging here because I like the idea of on the west elevation, the front elevation, reducing the secondary, quote unquote, secondary mass with respect to the main mass, both in terms of its length and its height. And this idea about maybe going 5 days, so that would get you more usable space in the main mass, less usable space in the secondary mass, but kind of get you more in the direction of a dominant main mass with a subordinate secondary mass, which I think everybody's looking for. The whole thing about the 1.5 stories with the meeting rail, got that from other people. Other than that, I think I'm okay. So can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
I like that one, Abby. Thank you for that. On the motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a yes. Diane?
Yes,
Thank you. Jesse, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. That's everybody. Okay, so you're gonna revise, and now we'll look at the studio garage.
Oh, sorry.
Got a little
Yep, simple building, simple form.
Good, thanks. Oh,
Yes, HSAB took a look at this on June 28th. Strap hinges, paint color, and open question on garage doors. Those are the comments.
What is the paint color on the garage?
It is white sash, doors are black.
Was that true of the house too? I bet it was.
Yes.
All right, so retroactively or
Mhm.
whatever, you know, the black and white thing, I think the board is generally thinking, you know what I'm gonna say?
I think I know where you're going. I would like to say that there's a house I live in at 17 Liberty that has had a black door for 40 years in white trim.
Well, it's a great looking house.
It
Great
is.
looking house, but it does have a formal aspect to it. You know, you have to admit that, right? It's great in town.
It does.
Like out here, maybe a little less so. So, okay, black and white. Thank you, Brooke.
All right.
And thank you, Holly. Board members on this one. Anybody ready to start? Abby, go ahead.
There's nobody else in the room. Yeah, I kind of want to see those not be triangle windows. They're all over the place as dead on straight squares, and I think that would be better. As far as the colors are concerned, I like to, I think the whole thing should be toned down. Gray might be just right.
You mean a gray door or gray
Yeah,
trim
just-
as well?
Gray. I think would sort of make it, yeah, but
Well, I think for the revisions, when we come back, we'll have something a little bit more cohesive.
I'm done.
I agree with Abby's comments.
All right. John?
Uh, No comment.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I would like to see the windows in the north elevation and the doors to be square. I would like it not to be black and white, whether the you're living in a house that's 40 years old and has black, this houses around in this area are not quite so demonstrative. I would keep it as a dark gray or whatever, something to make it fit in as well and as most as it can. I just wondered why there isn't any, well, you may not be able to see the south side, Brooke.
Yeah, you definitely can't see the south or the east. The east is facing back at the house.
Yeah,
The south faces the back of Fraker and Lepre. And
okay,
the north
that's,
faces the other building. So the only visible, or sorry,
that's,
not,
I was just wondering why we just had one window, but that's fine. You can't see it, it's okay. So that's all. You want a motion?
Yeah, that would be great. I think we're just looking for some minor revisions, right?
Yeah, minor revisions, the windows, the little triangle windows or diamond shaped windows in the north elevation, and the color to be some dark gray rather than black.
All right, so Diane made a motion for some minor revisions. I think Brooke knows what he needs to do on that motion. Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane, on your motion,
Aye,
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Brooke.
thank you, guys.
Now, we're Val. Oh, Val in the audience.
I'd like to hold number 4,
Okay,
number 6, and number 7.
4, 6, and 7.
Yeah, because I have more pictures than I know I need to send them
All
into the
right, that
girls ahead
sounds
of time.
good. So.
Motion
4,
to hold 4, 6, and 7.
4, 6, and 7. That is the motion. Abby's made a motion to hold, no, down here. We're gonna hold 4, 6, and 7. That's the motion. We'll hold those 3. She's representing, but she wants to get more information together. Okay. All right. So on the motion to hold 4, 6, and 7 for representation, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
aye,
I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right. So that means we're at 5 now, right? Val?
Wait, I don't have the agenda right.
Yeah,
now.
it's number 5.
Anna
3,
Samuels.
3, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
3 Evergreen Way.
I was actually surprised this wasn't on consent.
Oh,
It's a
really?
1-story building.
Let's make it really hard for
A
her.
ranch.
Maybe somebody can move.
So this is a newly created lot. off of, Evergreen.
Oh, wow.
We just looked at and approved Linda Town
Yeah.
house next door. So this is for Anna Samuels. Everything is natural to weather, black sash, slate gray roof, and it's a 1-story ranch
Love it.
with a little front porch.
What did you say? What was that, Val? About a front porch?
It just has a little front
Yeah, a
porch
little
over
front
the,
porch,
over
yeah.
the, the door.
Okay,
It's a modular,
figure,
yeah.
okay. Great.
As a button.
Use a button.
It's 18'6" in height.
So Abby's folding up. She said cute as a button. Diane, comments on this?
yeah, motion to approve.
We'll cut to the chase on this one. Thank you, Diane. Diane has made a motion to approve this cute little 1-story ranch house. Diane has just made a motion to approve. So take a look. It's a 1-story ranch house, but so on Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
thank you. Diane, you're in favor of your motion, right?
Aye, I am.
So I'm just gonna give John a second to take a look at it. You okay with it, John? All right, there it goes. So John, are you in favor of the motion? Approved, okay. And item 2, the motion carries. Thanks for that.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna make this super simple. Before you, on 5 Sandy Drive, 2 buildings were built in 2014 on this lot. And we would like to now take them off of this lot and move them across the street. The Hurley family.
Okay, totally got it. That's the core application.
Yeah, so.
2 buildings are moving from one place across the street.
Correct. So
Correct.
there's a move off for the house and for the garage.
Yep.
And then for the house and the same garage across the street, along with an existing structure that's there.
Right, so Val,
Yes,
like, so
this was modular too.
that's the property that they're coming off of.
Yep.
Where are they going? Right over there?
No.
No.
No. Come down. One more. Right there.
Oh,
These 2 are going down there.
Correct.
Well,
Closer to the street than the existing structure.
so that existing structure is staying?
Correct. It's a historic structure. It's staying.
Okay. Everybody got that?
So this would be a second dwelling and a garage on a
Yeah.
property
what
with
is
the
this
main.
drawing refer to then? What's coming off or?
Yeah, that's just the footprint of Sandy Drive. Yeah.
We have no picture of that up on the screen
Of which, Diane?
of of Sandy Drive and Halbert Avenue. There's nothing to me. It's just a big screen. There's nothing.
Oh, because there's pictures and
We don't have
And
how it's
drawings.
going to sit on that lot.
That's the next application.
yeah, we haven't looked at Hulbert yet, so we're just,
Oh,
you're
you're just-
acting on the moving off.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I want to try and keep this clean. Okay? So right now, I think we should look at the 2 move offs from this site,
Correct,
not where it's going.
correct.
Okay, so Holly, to that, does HSAB have any comments specific to these buildings being moved off of this site? Not necessarily to where they're going.
Right.
That's a separate.
No concerns on the move off of these 2014
Yep.
structures.
Okay,
Do you mind if we see where it's going first so we can see if it fits? Because
well, but here's
Because-
where, here's
but
where I
if
want
I-
to isolate.
but if I say yes to this, I want to know it works here.
No, but,
Right.
but
It's only going.
I understand where you're going with that,
Mhm.
but that's for the next 2 applications. So we really should separate the 2 issues. If there's no compelling reason why you shouldn't be allowed, because look, if we say, oh my gosh, you can't move those onto that site, well, they can still move them off somewhere, if they want to.
Okay.
Except that they own that site, so, yeah.
Okay, but, so I think that John was actually about to make a motion to approve the move offs of both of these,
Yeah,
which would
track it.
be numbers 8 and 10. Did I do that right?
Aye.
8 and 10. John has moved to approve the move off of the house and the guest house off of 5 Sandy Drive. That's items 8 and 10 on the agenda. So let's see, I'm going to go down the list. Jesse, on John's motion.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Abby? I can go to Diane.
Yeah,
first.
go to.
Diane on the motion.
Aye.
John on your motion.
Aye.
Okay. I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
No, I
yeah,
totally
this-
know what you're
this is
trying
a-
to do.
This is the next step.
You can
Yeah,
abstain.
I'm gonna
from-
abstain.
all
I'm
right,
gonna abstain. I just like to
abstain.
know, I
No,
like
it's
to be
fine. It's fine.
absolutely
Okay,
secure.
so, and I'm gonna vote in favor, so that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention of the 2 move-offs. Now we will go to the move-ons. It's not a problem. Matthew, I
9,
understand.
10, and 11.
No, what we just approved is 8 and 10, and now we're gonna review 9 and 11, which is the 2 move-ons onto the Holbert Avenue site.
9 and 11.
Okay?
So this is obviously the same house that just moved off,
Oh, okay, thanks. for that.
Sandy. And we're placing it where we are because obviously there's a beautiful view there and this has a second floor deck. We don't want to block it but we don't want to block the house that's there. So an interesting fact about this house, and I think that I did give historic information, Holly, I think, right? This house at 11 and the house at 9 at one time were one house and got separated and see.
Ah, look at that.
Wow,
Yep. Pretty cool, right?
yeah,
Very cool.
wow. Big house.
These guys had all the pictures in the house still.
That is so cool.
Who's the dude in the hat?
Do you know, Haiti?
Oh.
Richard who? Minchell.
Oh, Menschel owned this.
Menschel.
Menschel owned this before he went out to Mattocket, or Mattocket Road.
That was in my great grandparents' family. And they carried over this.
Wow, look at this guy.
That's very cool. Oh, yeah, yeah, I know.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen that down
definitely,
there.
Definitely.
I thought it was,
That masthead,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that beautiful
I
one
actually
there,
thought it was like a museum or something.
It came off of,
still there.
That figurine's been there for ages and ages and ages.
John, you're right. This is one of Sandy's,
Sandy Craig owned it.
right, and this is Sandy's family.
I almost stole it years ago.
right. True confessions. Okay, so,
Do we have a motion on approving that?
wait, we're forgetting one thing. ASAP. Now, this is on the move on specifically.
Right, so this would be for the move on of the main house, is what you're looking at right now.
Yes.
Just from historic context, that existing house is from the late 1800s, considered a historic landmark. Obviously, the move on is not. And from a staff's perspective, I just wanted to notate that the elevation certificate has been provided, thank you, with a VFE of 9 feet. Just want to mention that our design guidelines that were recently adopted by you all on June 11th recommend a low elevation project of 4 feet to and provide one of my comments would be just basically provide a streetscape of this property and the adjacent homes, but it's a new structure from 2014. And then I was curious on what any dry proofing of the crawl space, if that was provided or not, as far as your FEMA flood. Basically following chapter 11 of Resilient Nantucket, which I have here, and I can get that to you, so you have that. Making
I'm
that
sure
was
we
followed.
can get you that.
Perfect. As far as HSAB's specific comments on the house move, their comments were to create a panel effect instead of a wall of the vertical board. Stairs can be shortened. Stairs not shown on site plan. Is the stockade fence moving? And then the dark green to match the existing house was a comment.
Okay, so with regard to that, we have some historic photos, I believe, in this package showing that the original house was white.
Okay.
And when it got separated,
Yep.
the half at 9 stayed white. And this house went to green. So we had talked about that at the beginning. We'd like to keep this house white and match the historic house.
You mean go back?
Go
the
back
white
to
on-
the white instead of painting this green.
On the historic house too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because this
Oh,
house
wow.
is white. The house is being moved is white. That's why I was saying that the original
the
house when it
colors.
was together was white.
I'm down with that.
Everything's white.
and,
down
and
there.
we agree, it should be, they should match. And I know that's a separate application, Holly.
Thank. What? No, no, no.
Yeah.
This is. So this is, we just did the move off. That's the two structures. That's the existing house. It's right there. So these two are going in the front yard of this house. Oh,
Is it within the setback?
No,
oh, no, no. This is the house that's being moved. That's going here.
How far off the property line is it?
how far off?
Like 5 feet.
Looks like.
Well,
The
on one side,
house or the-
The one that we're moving there,
from the front,
on
Probably
the
third-
side, on the
oh.
left side.
probably 6 feet, 7 feet.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, that's right.
I think I can go, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead. Al.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was within the setback that's legal down there. Don't want you getting into trouble. I think my main concern is what we received from Hulbert Ave, and I think it looks, there are lots of houses where you do see just the sides or garages in the front, so I'm okay with that change. And I think the HSAP comment about the vertical board, I'm not, what color would it be?
Natural to weather.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not sure what that would look like as a horizontal. So I'd like to see what other people say about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robbie. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready. I think that it is all right. It is very close to the sideline. I don't, if you come in more, you run into a little congestion with the garage. I don't know. I think houses down there do have the vertical board, some of them. It probably fits in better than horizontal because you have to then decide how wide you want to have the horizontals. I don't know. I would go for the vertical boards down there. And I would rather see it pull away from the sideline, but I'm not sure it will fit in. That's just for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse,
You happen to know the elevation of the existing building on the,
Existing building is not elevated to our present flood,
right?
Height.
Yeah,
It's
but
it's
it's
probably
pretty
about
tall.
30 feet, isn't it?
but it is
27 feet.
elevated.
I think the elevation term is being used in different ways. I don't think she's talking about flood elevation. I think
The
he's talking
roof.
about the ridge height.
Oh, it's 30 foot 4 inches.
That's this building.
Yeah,
I'm curious about the building that's on the site.
I don't
What
know how
that
tall
height
that is.
I mean, honestly, that, if this was a new application, it would be played a lot differently, but I mean, this area has such a neat history right here, for example, with the two houses being split and houses being moved and lot across the streets and here and there, and it kind of has a whole story behind it throughout this neighborhood. So, I can ignore the fact that we're looking at two buildings that are as of right now, the same height, but understand that maybe someday down the road, this building will end up getting higher due to
Right.
the new code, because they're going to be competing with each other right now.
I don't think as much as you think they are, because that is
I
several
know it's hard to
steps up.
tell because there's no comparison,
Right.
but yeah, so that's my comment. I think given that it's a move, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Thanks, Jesse. John? Okay, thank you. I think that the vertical boards are more traditional, and therefore more appropriate to this site. I would like to see them be like 1x6 as opposed to 1x4. That's a bit strong. 1x4 seems to be a little busy to me.
Okay.
1x6, I think, would just be a little calmer. Jesse's point is well taken, but I think that the time when the older house is going to have to be lifted up by some amount is coming soon.
Right.
Unfortunately, I think it's gonna hop up to like everything else is down there. So I'm okay with this, with the 1x6 vertical underneath.
And I just want to
Yes, Val.
point out, I don't know if you guys went and viewed, I think it was on the view. There's a very robust hedge around this
Yeah,
property.
yeah. Can't see, you
And
can't even see the house.
the neighbors too, which is her sister, so
Oh, good.
I don't think you're gonna really notice.
Great. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, could you just change one little thing? for
Yes,
me,
absolutely.
Just to make it feel good. You drew in 1x4 vertical,
Oh,
right? On the base, could it go to 1x6?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's my motion.
All right, thank you, Al, for the motion. On the motion, Diane,
Aye, 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 aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
thank you, John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. And now we're gonna do the garage. Or guess-
Separate comment.
Oh,
Joan was a great walk rat. Fantastic. She was a good woman. She liked tennis.
Tony Craig.
Good family.
cool.
Oh, they're all right.
It all started over there at the trap there next to the Legion. Yeah, but I don't tell everybody.
Very cool.
Okay, so along with the house from 5 Sandy, we're moving the garage studio over as well. This does not have to be lifted. So it will remain the height that it is at 22 feet.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Each follows, their comments are as follows. Is the dormer facing the street flush or recessed? If flush, it needs to be stepped or obscured, not appropriate facing Colbert. Acknowledge that it is a built condition, but in this situation, in this location, a request to mitigate flush condition should be considered. And then photos of all elevations would be helpful, and then recommending the color to match the house.
I
Did
see
they
what
give you
they
any
mean, too,
photos?
'cause, Val, interestingly, these elevations, they're obviously drawn as flush dormers, but if you look at what HSAP was talking about, this is actually, yeah, set back.
That one isn't.
That one isn't, but it's not, this one's drawn as flush. This one's drawn as set back. This one's drawn as set back, flush. This. The HSAB was saying, that's why they asked the question. That's why they asked if it was set back or flush. But I'm gonna guess that it's obviously a flush. normal.
Yeah, don't we have pictures?
We do, but it's
Okay.
just,
Ray, which one is set back? They look like they're both flush to me.
Well, neither one of the dormers is actually set back. They're both flush. So
Okay.
Culvert Avenue, which is on the south side, is flush.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, I see.
This exists, so
It
we
exists.
can't really,
I'm not gonna knock a dormer down. I'm not gonna change a dormer to make it,
Well, it would be pretty onerous.
okay.
It's a lot of work.
too bad they
Right,
didn't
that's what I'm
stick
saying.
those
That's, yeah.
Tear it all.
windows.
I mean,
Oh, well. But it is. So, next up, okay, board members.
I'm okay the way it's
You
submitted.
good? Okay, thank you, Jeff. John? Abby? Diane?
I'm okay with it. It's existing. So we're not gonna knock off walls and stuff to change, like the south elevation. So I'm okay with it.
You feel like making a motion?
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Like it, thanks. On the motion, Jeff?
Aye.
Abby?
Add a couple
Aye.
of black lines. Aye.
Okay. John?
Hi.
Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye,
All in favor, motion carries. Thank you, folks. Okay.
What happened to the blue Jeep?
We sold it.
No, no.
That was the one.
It's still running. Yeah, it's on our.
Thanks. Night, night. Architone.
Oh, can sit on it.
Well, Mark, we have everything in front of me for us, so. why don't you go ahead? This is all up on the road, well, actually, two of the things. are up there.
Yeah, we had a, been building at the first application.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. What all structure. Red Cedar Road, Cottage Corner. Tangent to a proposed tennis court, which is something that's and this will be, sorry, it's about 45 feet off Swan Road. This is not unlike what is here. Additionally, down photos. Where there are structures close to the road, neighbor property right next door. There are also beyond 7 Swan Road, we have 11, 13, 20. 11, 13 sports do sit also on the road. Located here really because of environmental conditions. That buffer and screen that exists on application along Swan. Tucked in, and drive is slightly relocated along.
sweep in more than angles. There's no shot.
Mark, sorry, can you remind me what the colors are again?
Yeah, sash is proposed that we've got a dark gray.
Okay.
iron, Slightly lighter trim. Cottage corner.
So it's all gray.
Yes,
Okay.
gray.
Yep. Thanks. Who wants to start?
I'm sitting off of it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, Jesse.
So this is right now the building, not the court, or
Correct.
Yeah, we're just reviewing the building right now, but it
Okay.
is like right next to the
Yeah, you're right.
court, yeah.
just trying to understand the elevations.
Like the windows. Facing the
Yeah,
the multi slider at the upper left corner of the face. Those would be the entry
Yeah.
into the gym space. So it's a drive with sort of pass by.
so what is the facade underneath the shingles? Is that a stone wall that kind of goes all the way around to protect the court? So it looks like you have
You're
the,
referring to the bottom left image.
yeah,
Yeah, so the intent is actually the same tennis court. Typically, we're trying to do that next door. So the tennis court will be sub-grade by aimed at a court on concrete. And that's to the top of that.
okay, so it's concrete.
Yes.
Okay, I really don't have any issues with the building. It's short. The only thing that seems any at all out of place is maybe having some trim on the corner boards, but or is that, it's just is that a cottage corner?
Did a cottage corner just to get kind of soften it. That's not
Yeah.
what a-
No, I'm okay with that. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. So I honestly, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Diane, how about you?
Could I just see the site plan again? That's the building we're talking about, right? This is the road in off Quays. And that's the pool, crazy.
Yeah, that'll help a lot.
How wide is that building?
Why?
Yeah,
I can tell you. I got my little.
42.
42? Exactly, 42 feet.
42 feet wide. And is this going to be a gym thing, or is it a place to change your clothes and use as a cottage? Is it a gym or not?
If you look at the floor plan, it's set up as a gym space. There is a bathroom, changing room, laundry, and storage. So it sort of like serves the tennis, but it's also a gym space. Somebody can shower.
Okay. I would like to see it a little narrower if it was possible. I think 40 feet out there. Quays Road is, or Squam Road is going to be, I don't think you can hide it completely. So I don't know if you can make it, you've got court level storage and bath and the gym. I just would like to see it come in a few feet, so it was like 35 rather than the full 40 feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if we double up the vegetation on Squam Road, I'm fine with, I like the architecture, but I'm not sure if it goes with, so if you've got 5 looks like large trees here. If you could double those up, I think it would be fine.
The intent is certainly not to have it. It's not addressing the road formally in any way.
Well, that would be
Yeah.
part of the motion to not be visible like the court and all that.
Certainly increase it.
I'll be back.
Okay. John.
Yeah. I've been up times in that area. Quite a bit of vegetation there on that property. As far as visibility, I would say that the east elevation, which is towards the beach, I believe,
Correct.
and that can be visible. I think more than, and over 8 feet in the whole building will be visible from the public travel way. So, to change something, it's gonna be your window glass, windows, the only thing you change, windows and the fencing that's there. You win it. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, John. I actually think this is a really great building. It's super simple. Some of my favorite buildings are just south of here, not the old Louis Lapit's place, but further south again. There's a couple of the houses that just have these 12 and 12 roof pitches. They're gray and they look fantastic in that landscape. And so this reminds me a lot of those. I really can't find anything to find fault with this bill. That's my comment. Okay.
Can I find a motion or does anybody want to?
Well, I think we could have a motion.
Motion to approve doubling up the vegetation on Squam Road.
So good with that?
Yes.
Just heavily screened.
Yeah.
All right, so heavily screened vegetation between this gym and Squam Road. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
thank you, John. To approve with increased screening between the building and Squam Road. Are you in favor? Good. Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Abby on the motion.
Aye.
So you use your motion, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries, thank you. Oh, I guess we still have a pool and a sport court, right?
Athletic people. Round up.
I have my own tennis court.
Pool next.
Yeah, so we had a.
I do.
It's an 82-foot by 20-foot wide. Hot pool. It's set at about elevation 16. Existing. Structures that are there as well. I mentioned elevation 16, but it actually sits slightly down. It's rise with the water.
Olympics.
About 18, 19. Massive. It'll roll up. So from the beach, when you're down close to elevation, anywhere from 10 to 0, not sure you'll see any of that because of the triangle. But that orange is the 50 to 25. So.
And the vegetation in that zone, that pink zone is,
Yeah, it's the rain, it's thick, thick. So just a little bit of green thing, we showed just east of the pool there. They're up in this corner. I mean, technically, we clear anything.
what about the way you have the car there, whatever it's called? The,
Yeah.
the big,
That's
Park.
existing.
this.
Yeah,
I'm just afraid
just
that,
that
I'm just,
parking court.
That's what's shared today.
right, so
Sorry.
if you're on Squam Road and
Yeah.
you're looking towards the new proposed pool,
Yeah.
that that area that's going to be completely flat, I know what, we're not going to want to see that. So how are we going to vegetate
Yeah,
that?
hard time with some structure. Pool obviously is level with ground. Those structures, they're all single. I'm not sure we need to see the rooftops. As just for my reference.
Kind of open to me, but I just want to, I would,
If you look there, you see just how far that sits. I'll sit 400.
I mean, from Swan Road,
Yeah.
so this is like, seeing that, this is going to be, I can't tell what that is, it's like scrub oaks.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
conservation
that's
as well.
protected.
It's all
Yeah.
protected.
That's why the road starts. You can't get a straight shot at any point.
Okay.
Driveway.
Yeah, really sandwiched.
And as I said, it's about
No, I like its simplicity, I just want to, we'd probably put in that caveat about
Yeah.
at the
Let's
time of
see.
inspection.
All right, Abby, thank you. John, any comments on this one?
Yes, does it have a roll?
Roll top?
Yes, it's an auto cover, so it will not.
Yes, it does.
Roll top, one question. It's 80 by 22?
Yes.
Ooh, okay, thank you.
They're big swimmers. Diane,
Well, if it's looking at it as it's not viewable for anywhere, I guess it has to go. The size of that pool is ridiculous. It's wider than the house, longer than the house. And they're how many feet from the Atlantic Ocean? I don't know. It is a commercial size, bigger than a commercial size pool. 82 by 20.
yes, you're right. 82 by 20, correct.
Yeah, that's what I said. 82 by 20. That is a ridiculous size for a pool at a residence. Maybe a pool for a commercial area, but for a residence, it's outlandish. It's bigger than the house. Anyway, that's my statement.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big pool, but there's no way you're ever gonna see this. So I have no current concerns due to the visibility. Only thing I might add to the motion is the application just says a pool. If you want to include the hardscaping that's as drawn there, that might be a good thing to have approved as well.
Yes.
Okay. I feel the same. Yes, indeed, it's a long pool. This is not going to be visible from any public way. And to Abby's point, we can put that in as a stipulation as part of our approval, which I think we should do.
Motion to approve with the caveat that at the time of inspection, you will not see this pool.
And
And in perpetuity.
all right, got that part. Thank you. And this application is, just to be clear, for the pool and the surrounding
We'll call it terrace,
Yeah.
just in case.
Terrace, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in. All right, so that was your motion, right? Yes. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
John. Thank you. Diane.
Oh.
Diane,
Aye.
you, Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm carrying the carries. Okay, now we do our sport court, right?
It's more sports,
Maybe somebody's an Olympian.
maybe.
Consistent. I'll jump in on the next one.
Take off.
Next one after the sport court.
with thickened vegetation, I think this would be fairly well suited as well. Grade. Calculated, it will only be with an 8-foot fence line, you're looking at about a 5'6" exposure of the fence. The fence is a cedar frame, natural to weather with the footage wire.
Okay,
Very nice.
pretty straightforward. Did you want to start, Abby?
Yeah, we've already doubled up the vegetation on Squam Road, so
Let's triple it.
double down on the vegetation. I'm fine with it.
On anything?
Yeah, where do they have for the retaining wall?
It's concrete, but it's facing into the site. So you're gonna, from Squam Road, you won't see it. You know what I mean? So it goes Squam Road and then it goes down like this. He's cutting it down into the grade.
Yeah, it's a 15-foot elevation.
Drops it down, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Diane? There, Diane?
Yes, I'm right here. I said with that dropping it down and whatever is fine. I still think both buildings are too large for the area out there, but if it's vegetation is hiding it, then I guess it will go through.
Okay. Thank you. Jesse?
I'm good.
Oh, Stephen's back. Okay.
Don't let him in. No.
All right, so.
Oh, a motion to approve.
There we go. So Abby's made a motion to approve. All, not all.
With the vegetation in perpetuity.
Hi,
Yeah. John is an aye. Jesse?
Aye.
Diane? On the motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
In favor? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Catone. Oh. 79 Milk.
Thank you.
So Val, you're back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just like to give our
No, I think that's really.
Our alternates.
That's good.
chance.
It's nice of you to exercise.
Well, we
Jesse.
also do have Stephen back. I think. Steve, you're there, right? Yeah, well, you're muted, but yes, you're back.
Yes, I'm here.
Stephen.
Is this the one about the color on the
Garage addition color change, yes.
This isn't the one that was in between the gray area of trim and they wanted to change it to white. No, that got passed.
Oh, no, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and
Do you
yes,
want-
that did get passed.
Do you want to let Steve do this one for a
It's
couple?
up to you.
I'm gonna
Okay,
take,
hey, Stephen,
Yes, sir.
gonna step away, you wanna sit in her chair for a little while?
Happy to help.
Okay, thanks. So you're in on this one.
good evening, Mr. Chair, Steve Roski for the applicant.
Thanks.
Good evening. See you all in person.
I know, right?
Feels strange, but feels good.
Yeah.
Shall I go ahead, Ray, or you
Yes,
guys want to
please
get
do.
acclimated?
Looks like you're right next to Hawthorne.
That's correct. Okay, so, yeah, just to get everybody oriented, this is a house that we probably all drive past for the most part and never even realize it's there.
Every day.
If you come past, yeah, especially if you come past on Vesper, where you come to Hummock Pond to make a left to head out towards the Cisco on the beach. Immediately on your right is actually what's called Milk Street Extension, right? And so
Yep.
Milk Street Extension becomes Hummock Pond Road right there at that intersection. So most of us who cut through from by the high school stop at that intersection and go left or right. You're actually looking right at this building when you stop at that intersection, and it is behind a pretty heavily vegetated road edge there along the end of Milk Street Extension. Just for the record, our intent is to maintain all of that vegetation along the road and in fact to thicken it. I have not shown a planted berm here, but just know that there is intent to increase that buffer there. It's a busy intersection, we all know that. And so not just road noise, but right across and adjacent to that intersection is the Hummock, one of the Hummock Pond bike path rest areas. There's a water fountain there. There's tons of activity. There's a Nerda stop nearby. Hawthorne Park has gone in, sort of kitty corner across Hawthorne Way or Hawthorne Road, whatever it's called right there. So it's this kind of interesting little X configured sort of shaped intersection. And it's quite busy. So the intent is to not only maintain that existing screening along Milk Street, but also to increase it. I'd like to point out one correction I'd like to make to the site plan, which is that you'll notice where the driveway comes off what is actually Hawthorne. So just to make sure everybody's acclimated, see those three large trees right there?
Yeah.
Okay, those are some large Leland cypress that exist today. To the left right now, sort of immediately after, and you can kind of see through the proposed drawings, the driveway cuts in right there. And it is one of the most dangerous intersections I've driven because people are literally flying up Milk Street Extension out towards Cisco and you can't see anything there. My proposed site plan already suggests that we're going to shift that driveway entrance right where, that's right, Holly, where you're pointing. We're going to shift it further to the left as viewed in the site plan. And I realized after the fact that I had failed to make that update. The photos that I submitted that you have in your packet, and I've got some larger copies here if you like. I tried to indicate what I thought we would do with some additional vegetation and screening. As that driveway moves left, it increases the safety coming out of the property and onto Hawthorne before you actually pull out onto Hummock/Milk Street Extension. So it's a little dodgy right there. Moving to the left gives everybody more time to sort of get out into Hawthorne and see what's coming. The other thing that it does is it will extend this vegetative screening along the street edge further to the west as viewed in this site plan. So just know that that's happening. Conceptually, what we've done here is, look, this is a very simple one-story cape. It has an attached two-car garage. The premise of our proposed renovations is quite simply to detach that garage and make it attached to the house with a 10-foot breezeway, and then to expand that garage enough to include additional living program for the family above that garage. The addition of the breezeway allows us to gain entry into the side of the building, which right now does not exist. You can only get into and out of the house through the garage. And because the house is sort of long to start with along that property line, and because we're moving the driveway further west, we're really trying to accomplish a quote unquote family entrance into the west end of the house. And that's what the breezeway accomplishes. Beyond that, look, we've made some minor changes to some of the second floor dormers. They all exist. We've widened them a little bit. None of them exceed the current ridge height. The existing chimney is going to stay. The massing of the house as viewed from the road for what little bits and pieces of it you can see is largely intact. I think that's enough to get you all started, and I'm happy to answer any specific
Just
questions.
a clarification.
Sure.
So I don't know what the current color of the house is, but you're changing it to gray.
Thank you, Ray. Yes, the current color of the house is white, okay, white sash, white trim. And the plan is to make black sash and gray trim.
Okay. For something that's not. All right.
And I'll just note that the garage doors are gray, they're not black.
Okay. All right.
The addition to the east, just quickly, and renovations in the back are all completely invisible, literally not visible.
John. I just wanted to ask him if he knew the person who lived in this house.
John, you who lived in this house?
Was it Minstrels? Was this Minstrel's house? The Minstrels?
For the cars,
Minstrel?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I thought.
no, it's on the other side of the street. On Hawthorne Lane, we went to Hawthorne Lane.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's on the
Okay.
right, I think,
Yeah,
right
Val, I
there.
think this was Doucette. I think Gary Wynn's mom lived
Oh,
there.
okay.
It's right next to Barbara Kodak.
Hey, no, I should get clear on who the board is. Stephen, are you on this or is Jesse on this? Can we-
Stephen.
Stephen, okay. Like to begin.
I will.
Okay, good.
There is nothing that's inappropriate about what's being proposed, so I don't think, screening is even a concern. It's a nice looking house and anything you can do to mitigate traffic on that corner is great.
Thank you. John? Comments? Good? Oh, plenty of them. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, Stephen, here it comes.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
There's it.
Move
the ruler out.
elevation. Sure, west elevation. That roof,
That's no elevation.
It's less than one
that roof
story.
is gonna be visible.
Boy, I don't see a flat roof. Is there one?
Yes,
Yeah, so
it's a
that will-
connector.
That's right, Val. And just to be clear, just for clarification, that is not remotely visible from anywhere. It's actually behind the house. If you, maybe the best way to look at that is the site plan. But that's where the rear L of the house, which
This
exists,
roof is
connects
gonna
back.
have to have some kind of a pitch on it, instead of being flat.
All right, well, what Stephen is saying. Stephen is saying that. Saying that's on the back. Ollie, maybe, could you take it up to the site plan?
Take it up a few notches, Holly.
It's what looks like that, it's what looks like that white box in the roof plan there. Okay. I've left that flat simply because we have some bedroom windows.
Better be a slope to that roof. going up to it.
We'll make sure it drains.
Better going up.
We'll take care of it.
You'll take care of it.
If I understand.
I'll be sure that water
correctly,
runs off
It
of
has
it,
a
yes.
parapet, right?
Yeah.
So it is slow.
Anything else, John?
Am I right or wrong?
You're right that there's a flat roof section inside two sloped parapet walls that look like a little roof, and we'll see to it that it drains. Yes, sir.
Okay. The, on the east garage elevation, it's, the deck. With the railing.
Yep.
Supposed to be up back to 8 feet, it's 9'6". So minor change, I think.
Where is that, John?
The back of the garage.
Oh, yeah, no, I
And
see.
the other
I
was
see that.
the,
Val?
I made my
Oh,
comments.
that's right,
I'm
you
good
did.
with it.
You're very succinct. Stephen, ready?
Yes, sir. I have nothing to add to Miss Oliver's comments.
All right, thank you. How about you, Diane?
I was just wondering to get it in my mind. Is this not the house on the corner of Hummock Pond Road and Milk Street connection? And there's a little island between the house street and where you turn to the left to go down Hummock Pond Road. Used to belong to Mr. McCarthy, who did the Veterans Warriors all the time. He had all that stuff about the veteran warriors. I think that's his old place.
On the other side of the street
That's
now.
Tom McCann's house right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tom McCann,
Yeah.
the Garden Supreme is there right in the point.
Okay, so this is right across the street from Tom's, right? Okay, that's what I was looking at, trying to figure out. So I go along with the proposal as long as you get that much length on the site. And it doesn't look like it's gotten any taller, which I think is important because it sort of hangs over the beginning of that road and going down Hummock Park Road, which has gotten very busy. So I will go along with it at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. I am fine with this proposal. So,
Motion to approve as submitted.
there we go. All right, so on the motion, let's see, John,
I,
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
5 minutes ago.
thank you, yes. Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries.
How does it go if they are in favor to sign it?
What?
Only one.
Oh, I think she takes care of that.
Okay.
The only one that matters, sorry.
thank you very much, board.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, Matt, you're up again.
Your signature, Matt.
Can I sign your name, Steve?
It's funny. because usually that's the non-signature means you are opposed. So are you back?
This is new business now.
Yeah.
This is- oh, yeah.
Just on this. Do you want to be on this, Jesse?
Or Steve, yeah, since that was-
No, he was just on that.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like Jesse is going to be on the reader. Matthew. Let's go with the reader. We have a move off demo of the dwelling, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So it's the original structure, I think dates from 1960. And I think there is a plan to move it, but we're just trying to figure out where.
Okay.
It's not contributing.
Yeah.
Is it even insulated or anything?
You know what? I don't believe it is,
No.
actually. It's not, now that you say that.
Oh, boy. Does anybody have any issues with this one?
No, I would motion to approve a demo or move off.
Okay, sounds good. Val has made a motion to approve a demo move off of this building. On the motion, John, you okay with that?
Historical.
Yes, no, yeah, exactly. Okay, so John's in favor. Jesse?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Diane on the motion?
Aye.
Val on the motion?
Aye.
In favor, motion carries.
Built in 1960.
Yeah. Is that what you said, Matt?
That is what I said.
Okay.
Gotcha, gotcha. Had me questioning it there for a second.
Okay, demo garage. This is gonna be the same vintage, I guess.
I believe so, yeah, definitely later.
Oh, really?
What?
He said that could be a good alpaca shed for his llamas.
Heck, yeah.
In good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna use that one.
I think they'll both go to a new home, honestly.
Again, I would motion to approve as submitted as a demo / move off.
Just making sure. Is anything on this one, Holly? Okay. Okay, Val's made a motion to approve the move off demo of this structure. Jess?
Aye.
John? Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Val on the motion.
Aye.
Favor motion carried.
Oh, sorry.
I'd get started whenever you prefer, Mr. Chair.
What's that?
I can get started whenever you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so this is an application for a new dwelling, same parcel that you just reviewed for the removal of the two other structures. Part of this parcel, we've actually been able to purchase a portion of the paper road to increase the lot size, if you will. If you look at the site plan, you'll notice that there's a specific demarcation of a view easement. There's an easement line. It's very faint, but it clips just the bottom of the pool. And that is a view easement from the property next door. And so as of right now, nothing can be built to the south of that at this point. So that's why the house is located where it is. There's a number of houses that are in the area that are of similar size and scale. We tried to emulate the existing orientation of the existing structure. And so as far as the house is concerned, we try to keep it fairly simple. The main gable is, I think it's 27.8. I want to say, if I have that.
28.7.
28.7, dyslexia. So the rest of it, though, does step down significantly by design, somewhere in the range of at least 2 to 3 feet. So we tried to keep the structure contextual, size-wise, scale-wise, dimensionally. It's got cottage corners. It is white trimmed, but we tried to keep the amount of white trim to a minimum. And with that, I look forward to the board's comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
White trim, did you say with the sash and?
Sash is white as well.
Anybody?
I'll go. I do appreciate the simplicity of this building, Matt. I'm just a little concerned about the east being overly fenestrated. And the dormer on that connector piece on both sides has those little transom-like windows. Is there a way to perhaps bump that up a size?
Whereabouts exactly?
Yeah,
Oh, that dormer, the transom dormer, sure.
yeah. It looks like braces. But overall, I think it's nice.
Okay. Thanks.
What color is it?
White.
White trim.
Okay.
But no corner boards.
All right. Thanks, Val. Johnny, you ready? Yeah, I'll come back. No, no, I did. Jesse, you want to go?
It's a nice design. I like the flanges with the cottage corners on the bottom. I agree with Val on the transoms. If we could try to, I don't know how, but maybe raise that dormer up so that you can get some more substantial windows underneath it. And then the only other thing, and honestly, this is on the, like, there's a lot of lights on that east elevation. Seems to me, and it might just be my eyes, but all the doors are the same except the ones on the left. They're
Yeah.
a little skinnier.
That's correct.
And that is just because of space.
It is, but if you would want them to be consistent, we could probably make them consistent.
I mean, I don't want to mess with your floor plan if it's gonna make a dramatic change, but it's a slight difference if it's on the back side of the house, so. Just
could do
picking
it.
up that small detail. Otherwise, I don't have any other questions or concerns.
Okay. Thank you. Diane, how about you?
The one-story things, I would like to see the deck on the second floor, right-hand gable, to just be contained around the door coming out without the overhang going to the right. I would like to see those, the clear story windows made larger, or I don't know, necessary. On the north elevation, I would like to see the two shed dormers brought in a little tighter to the cheek walls. They're sort of in the middle. East elevation is a lot of fenestration for the amount of wall space there. I don't know what it would turn out percentage. Johnny would say that. I would like to see the south elevation. South elevation is very good, clear, and not over fenestrated. And on the west elevation, I appreciate the one-story stuff. I would like to see the shed dormer on the sort of the middle, either the windows separated or the dormer brought in. Thank you. I think that's it for the moment.
Good for you. Thank you, Diane. John?
I have a quick comment on west elevation.
Yep.
Under the porch. On the first floor, it looks like a fire extinguisher.
Oh.
It's
that's
a
that's
light.
a Light. It does look like a fire.
Just wondering who's gonna catch on that.
Yeah.
I have no comments on it, other than west elevation, look through the lights under the shed roof.
That's the transom.
And that's a single story too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have nothing to add. I think this is.
Oh, can I make a motion to hold for revisions?
Yeah, it could be very minor. Sure. Very minor. Diane's made a motion for some minor revisions on that motion. Jesse? Aye. John? Val?
Hi.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. And let's see. Okay, so that was the end of Weeder for you. And now we're gonna, Jesse, how about you hop down and Stephen hops back in.
Is he still here?
He's there. Stephen, you want to sit on 3 Grand Avenue?
I'm a hopping.
All right, great. Oh,
You mind if I'm
Stephen, you're out. Sorry. You're done. You're finished.
Easy come, easy go.
I know. Abby wants to sit on this one, so.
Yeah, I drive by it every day.
Yeah. Totally fine.
Oh. There you go. Did you say this, there's only one of these? Okay.
Yeah, these are great. I can get started whenever you're ready.
That's this house?
Yes, yeah.
That's such a cool picture.
They dumbed it down.
I know, yeah.
Wicked.
Very good. Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. The images that you're looking at were the original structure. It was the Ocean View, called the Ocean View House, and it's really a spectacular building. It was actually connected to another structure, and you can see how it kind of telescopes back, and the amount of detail is really fascinating. We collected a number of these images. There's also a building called the Annex, and which was a pretty substantially scaled. Long story short, this main structure, the main mass of it was detached and moved to its current location at 3 Grand Avenue in Sconset. And as Val pointed out, the facade of the building, if you look at it, actually has a cross gable as its primary 3rd floor dormer. At some point, it was changed to a shed dormer. So yeah, there's the Annex. The Annex is such a beautiful, beautiful building.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, the railing detail is different on all 3 levels.
It's really cool.
It's
They
actually
didn't
kind
have
of
an
a,
HDC. They didn't
well,
know what they were
that's a
doing.
very interesting point because, you got 2 gables, then you've got a hip, and you've got a Dutch hip. So, but different time, I suppose, right? Yeah, these don't have a ton to do with the proposal, but I just thought the photographs were so interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we sent them to Wisconsin Advisory Board as well. So, well, it's a bit of a letdown when we look at the existing building in its current incarnation, because a lot of that ornamentation on the gable end and the front cross gable had been removed and replaced with a shed dormer. So if you look in the bottom, the center of the sheet that's up on the screen now, the existing condition shows you what it looks like today. It's a simple shed dormer. All the ornamentation on the gable ends has been removed. A lot of the detail has been removed, wraparound porches, and it's been replaced with a slightly different language. I mean, the house has taken on a new life, if you will, in terms of its exterior architectural details. Our proposal is to essentially, clean it up. It's in a bit of disrepair, but basically take the existing, language of what it is today, which is obviously different from what it was originally, and basically play off of that and move forward with it. Probably the biggest change is on the front elevation, which I think might be the slide before this. Thank you. Yeah. And so basically what we're proposing, bigger picture here, is to add 2 shed dormers on either side of the existing shed dormer, add a roof walk. A side note, a roof walk was applied for and approved, I don't know how many years ago, but it was sometime in the recent past where a roof walk was approved. We're also looking to make some minor fenestration changes over the front door to just make it a little bit more symmetrical, a little bit more balanced, again, with the effort of cleaning it up a bit. Also, the first floor posts, we're looking to widen slightly, but keep a lot of the capital detail that's existing. One unique feature about this house is that the actual front door, which is a 6-panel door, is not the actual front door. There's a partition that runs right into that door inside the building. The door to the left is the entry door, and that is centered on a beautiful hallway. And so it's kind of strange and unique, but there is a certain level of balance we were trying to achieve with the structure. And so we thought it was important to maintain that false door. And there is, again, a French door directly to the right of it. So no significant proposed changes there. The remaining changes are essentially detail changes, post caps, railing styles. We tried to play off some of the existing language on that existing center porch in the 2nd floor and carry that over to the existing balcony that's over the garage doors. Again, that is an existing feature that we are just, again, cleaning up, if you will. The final change would be on the, in terms of massing, would be on the back of the building. We are adding some small section. You can see that drawing 2. It's about a 5.5, 6 foot section on the 2nd floor. Currently, it's already 1-story ground cover with a deck over it. In order to make a second means of egress work, we had to extend that building. Again, it's on the back of the structure. I don't think a high amount of visibility in that. We just did these colored perspectives just to give you a sense of what our goal was, which was to basically make a cohesive overall, cohesive composition, working off the existing language that's there now. So the history part of it is more fascinating than anything. It's obviously kind of changed a bit. So with that, look forward to the comments from the board. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, thanks. Sponsored advisory.
Yes, sir. Sconset took a look at this on June 28th for the renovation. Their concerns, a lot going on here. The elements feel stacked atop one another, especially with the addition of the roof block. I bet the latter is a previously approved feature. Their recommendations are to consider replicating the 1880s cross gable that appears in the historic photographs supplied by the applicant. The gable would be well suited with the proposed flanking shed dormers. The idea of a return to the feel of the original architecture. And on that note, I just, this is obviously a keeping structure for National Historic Landmark and of Sconset. So appreciate the history that was provided with these historic photographs. It's fabulous. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Holly. Ready?
Yeah, yeah, this is such an exciting project. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. The first take, I think the third floor dormers are overpowering, and it led me to wonder if there could be a different pane configuration. I don't really know how to do it, but maybe it would be 6/1 windows or 6/6 or something to sort of give it a little more detail as well up on that third floor. Because right now it does look very open pane. The other thing I was thinking on the second floor and first floor, I'm not sure about third, but the shutters that are in the historic building would be a great addition and draw your eye. If you had it on the second floor, keep your eye at that middle level and not bring it up to the top. Yeah, those were my initial thoughts. The other thought I had before when I was looking at this online was that the back seemed pretty generic, and I was wondering if something couldn't be done to that, but you're kind of right on the lot line.
Yeah, that's true. We're probably about 3 feet off the back setback.
But I think some interest in the back somehow
Sure.
would be to your advantage.
Val, you ready?
Yeah, I wish you hadn't shown us these.
I know.
Because they're so awesome. And it actually looks so significantly different, like even the roof pitch is different.
Yeah, I
In
can't,
the existing house now, it's much shallower and wider.
yeah, I don't know exactly why they changed it.
I love your idea, Abby, about the shutters. I think that could help sort of harken back to that. And there's no interest in bringing back any of these details, like, you know,
We had discussed it
Yeah.
only, primarily because the existing language seems to have like morphed or transformed a
Yeah.
little bit. And then at what point, does that become less valuable? Not to discount the original language, but is this less important? That was the position we took anyways. And one other point is like the majority of the interior layout, a lot of the core of the structure we're keeping intact. So it's not as if it's like the staircase is staying the original staircase. And there's a lot of leveling to do, but
I don't really know what to say.
Want to come back to you?
Yeah.
All right. Sean, you ready?
It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, when was it renovated too? It was a bunch of times, right?
Significant.
I don't-
proposed south elevation. No.
That's, well, access, kind of give a little bit of- yeah.
Hatch supports for the deck should be 45-degree angle, not high.
See?
Yeah, it's on the north elevation, on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the arch here should be 45 degrees. Anything that you change for the better on this. I'll tell you that.
I just want to point out, John, that that condition with the railing and
When they get
It-
through,
I'm just pointing out it
when
exists.
they get through, I'll listen to what you gotta say.
I know that. Go ahead, John.
Okay,
No, sir. Okay.
let's talk about it.
Diane,
I'm here. My thought would be that the time of the large hotel in Nantucket, Wisconsin have gone. I would like to call for a view so we could look at what is proposed and what we're looking at. We're showing one picture after another of a large hotel, which is gone. They don't have them anymore there. Whether we want to emulate the facades, but in a smaller addition, that would be one thing, but there is one now. They don't fit in any longer. I would like to go out and take a view of what exists, what would fit in properly, and not look at the large hotels because we can't do them anymore. That era has gone. So I would like to be given a view of the area with existing proposals and maybe a thing or two of the old large hotel. That's it.
okay. Thank you, Diane. I think it's to me. Did you have anything more you wanted to say about?
No,
Okay. I think Abby used the word top heavy. The roof walk, that's just, all the rest of it sort of falls into place. The idea of the cross bucks plus the vertical baluster is already present on the buildings. And I understand, of course, that probably doesn't meet code. So you have to alter it a little bit to be able to get to meet code. I get all that. And I don't personally mind mixing the two. I think it's not so bad. That's all I have to say on this. Top heavy, and that's it.
Thank you.
So should we,
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, for the record, if you wouldn't mind, just to make sure that everybody knows that this is attributed to Charles Robinson, one of Nantucket's premier architects.
the original
The
one?
original,
Yeah,
yes. yes.
sadly.
Yeah,
We
And
would be standing here reviewing it if that's still around.
true.
Thank you.
Diane, I just want to point out to Diane too, the
Yes.
context photos were more, we just discovered them and thought they were interesting. And they have some relevance to the structure, but it was more just for,
Well,
Context.
That gable thing came up a few times, so, yes.
that's why I thought the view would be good, just to put, it's quite an amazing property. And you drive by it a lot, it really doesn't hit you over the head with being amazing, so basically, I wanted to give it a little more time to go and look and see. So we did a good job.
So it sounds like we would motion for some revisions and a view for those who are interested in looking at the existing building. Can somebody do that for me? Well,
I'll make the motion.
For a view.
Another view.
A view and revisions.
You have some curved forms in this.
Hey, guys, we're fragmented.
Okay.
So the motion, I believe, is to view and for revision, right? Abby?
Yes.
Okay, so Abby's made a motion to hold for revisions plus a view for those who are interested in looking at the existing building, the content. On Abby's motion, John?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Aye.
You, Val?
Yes, aye.
Great. Yes will suffice. And Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. Okay, so that's that, Matt, and 22 Poffmo Road. Matt.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is a proposal for a new dwelling, 22 Pocomo Road. The site is actually pretty large. The building envelope itself is limited due to some MISA restrictions. So if you scrolled over to the,
Hey, Matthew?
yes,
I'm working with the people that this lot was subdivided off of.
mhm,
So it'd probably be wise for me to recuse from this, in which case Abby would chair.
okay.
And then Abby, let's see, you have the choice of associates that you can pull in. Well, no, I'm recusing because, John, I'm working with these people.
Jesse?
and
I think
they
Steve was going to take over for you. so-
Okay. Steve, can you be on this one?
Sure,
22 Pocomo.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you look at the site plan, you'll actually see that the actual building envelope is limited to just the corner. It showed as a series of dashed lines. And again, that's primarily because of a MISA regulation. So our building envelope is fairly defined. The good news is that it's set back fairly far from the road. We will be in with a subsequent landscape application. We did show a shallow retaining wall around the front of the building to account for, I think it's about a 3-foot elevation change from front to back. You can kind of count the topo lines that are at 1-foot intervals. So it's not a massive retaining wall. You can see the number of steps that are there. But basically, we try to keep the house fairly simple. Obviously, you want to face the facade faces Pocomo Road. A lot of the outdoor programming is to the west and to the south of the building. That is the facade there. Again, we tried to actually, for the main mass in particular, we tried to actually lower the eave height so that the building actually had a very horizontal presence, if you will, that it felt like it kind of hugs the ground to what extent we could. The remaining portion, secondary additive masses that for the most part are 1.5 stories. And then we have a single story additive mass towards the back of the building, but really not visible. So again, the house sits back pretty far back from Pocomo Road. And again, we tried to have it blend as much as we could utilizing massing techniques. It is white sash, white trim. Again, we do have cottage corners. And so the amount of white trim is fairly minimal. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Are you ready to go?
I will.
Go, Val.
I think that it's a handsome building. My biggest concern is the roof walk. Because of the roof pitch, I guess, being steep, it's just out of proportion. The skirt, the legs below the railing, yeah, it's not working. At this time, that's all that really, it just really draws my eye to it.
Gotcha.
Johnny? Do you have some comments? Yes, please.
Okay. First thing, the meeting room. 12 or 13 of them, all off center. Elevation,
Yes,
I'm sorry,
yes, it is.
and,
Yeah, I believe it is.
okay, yeah. Did you ever change more simplified to a better looking Nantucket style?
Sure.
Have all that glass and one panel. Have
That's
more
not
panels.
glass.
I think it's a solid 2-panel, but I think it's a solid 2-panel door, but I could change it to a 4-panel.
Yeah. Maybe it's six panels.
Sure, I could do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny.
That's my only comment. Yeah. The pointing in is underneath the roof block seems a little heavy, but some of them are, some of them aren't. So that's a big house.
Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So Matt, I'd like to see a cross-section of this relative to the street. I mean, looking at the topo, it looks like a house on a hill. I think it's a handsome design. I'm not at all concerned about meeting rails. And to the extent that bear with me, I'm on a little computer. I'm used to having the big screen. The broader, I'm a little concerned about the expanse of the left to right width of the roof walk. And to the extent the 3-panel sides of the roof walk would be visible, the height of those panels. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I have concerns about the roof walk myself. I wouldn't mind seeing a more shingle style front door. Something with some interest. And the space between the front doors on the second floor balcony, is there any way that that could be, it almost looks like a line goes right through the.
It does. And ironically, that's no longer the case. So I plan to come back in where the 2 French doors are just mulled and
Yeah,
they're flanked by 2 windows.
Okay.
It was a floor plan that was issue that was kind of driving me crazy. So we changed it.
yeah. Looks like
agree.
just division. So, so do we want to hold for a few revisions here? It's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to hold for revisions in a cross section of the north-south of the site through the home, showing the road, the 2 roads.
Okay.
Could I say something, please? I haven't been asked to say anything.
Oh, Diane, I'm sorry.
This retaining.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay, on the elevation that you see the full roof walk, it's too big. It's too big to be there. There are over amount of windows on that elevation, and I believe there may be considered too many windows on both elevations of the south and the west. I would like to see them reconsidered. Not so much on the second floor, but funnily enough on the first floor. But the roof walk needs to be reduced or raised. It should not have such an overpowering view on that elevation.
Okay.
That's
Anything
beginning.
else, Diane?
Beg pardon?
Anything else?
No, I think that's it for now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Val?
I just noticed on the site plan, Matt, that there seems to be this big retaining situation with some stairs.
Yes, I mentioned opening just because the grade slopes down. We have a rendering, which I can show you what that is, but I think it's about a 3 foot. You can see those topo lines are about 3 at 1 foot intervals. So it's about a 3 foot elevation change. Yeah, that's, we will have a landscape plan coming, but I wanted to put the topography out there. Yeah, the retaining wall, I should say.
All right, I suppose Steve's cross section will tell us more about that.
Steve, can you repeat your motion again?
Yeah, motion to hold for revisions, but to include a cross section of the site from the north to south from Pocomo Road to Medowie Creek Road.
Okay,
Well,
Right.
you know, that edge of that end, each end of the lot.
okay, Matt gets that.
Yep.
All in favor of
Steve's.
Steve's motion?
I,
John, so we'll hold for revisions and a cross section.
Thank you.
Thank
You in
you.
favor, Johnny? You in favor? Yeah. And Steve, you're in favor? I'm in favor.
I'm in
Yes.
favor too.
I keep forgetting you. Sorry.
Yeah. Everybody does.
Thank you.
on.
He's gone?
Yeah, he left because the next application's Lisa's and that's probably our
Oh.
last one.
Oh, okay. Well, we got Lisa. One more.
Okay. No problem.
No, you're not. You're better. Good. Good to be back.
Jess, you on this one?
Either myself or Steve.
7 minutes.
I think it's you, Jess.
We're gonna do this one.
I know, that was
I said,
difficult.
I think it's Jess.
Yeah.
All right, it's me.
Yeah. Yes, please.
So this is an application for 82 Baxter Road. House was built originally by the White House in the 1920s. Very charming.
Love this house.
The site has some challenges, and you'll see that on the site plan that it is very close in its existing footprint to the resource area. And so one of the things that we are requesting is to move it further east, the further setback, get it further away from the resource area. And then add addition to the outside, that would be that expands a bedroom on the second floor. And I know it's unusual because it's an open porch with something that you can follow the historic pictures that Matt showed. You know, historically, it does happen. It did happen in Wisconsin. It's supposed to be so like Gambrel on the back of the road. This is also. So that is one of the additions that we're proposing. The second addition is on the north side, which is to create a proper master bedroom on the first floor. It's still quite small, but it is a new addition to the north. That rotates the gable. It is, we look at the existing north elevation versus the east elevation, the triple window and the fan light are take it from that existing elevation. We did provide a window survey. I think everything but the four windows on the very front of the house are aligned and replaced. And see if there's anything else that I can. Well, the intention is to keep, it's a bunch of people that have bought it, actually rented it from. Actually really love the house. So as impact as possible, particularly the staircase. Some of the woodwork upstairs is very old, very. That's it. Help them have it fit their family.
Thanks, Lisa. Anybody ready?
HSABs or SAB.
It's outside of Sconset's advisory boards. As far as I know, it wasn't reviewed by them. I don't believe so.
It's 1923, but,
Yeah.
Canterbury in their purview, in fact, of blah.
That's a separate topic.
Okay.
But, it's from a historic structure perspective, Lisa said it is a contributing structure. It is, you know, on the National Register. It's contributes to the lighthouse. It's got some great history to it. I have a comment from staff's perspective on that side addition. It seems to kind of overtake the main part of this cute little house. Other than that, those are the comments I got for you.
yeah, yeah.
Just go to that. I mean, not that it's the same thing, but again, I mean, I think it would be helpful maybe to have a view because of the ribbon heads up in front of the building. But there's also that negative mass, I think is an unusual characteristic, but again, it showed up in that fun hotel. It is historic, just maybe not something, there should be a picture of that well.
You know what I think it is, Lisa? It's that it's so blank. So you have this dormer with all these windows in it. And then,
Phil, why don't you start then?
oh,
Okay. The negative mass. A lot of examples of this along Baxter Road.
See any negative? Oh, the inset in the second
The
floor?
porch is cut away from one of the main.
there's some on Main
Oh,
Street
yeah.
out there too, but
No, there's definitely, there was one,
it's just, there is something about it that is not working. I think it needs some fenestration or something, or
On the lower level, or are you thinking?
I'm talking about it's competing with the main body of the house somehow. I don't know what the solution is, but it's not that it's a negative mass, that's what, it's just the blank.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
fact that it's open below?
Well, yeah, and I
So
don't know.
what about,
Some
um,
ash, like you do-
one thing that I picked up,
Let's go, we'll go around the,
sorry,
do you have anything else, Val?
Yeah. Oh. Is the roof pitch the same? It looks like a steep pitch in the pictures. Okay. Just looks different. I don't know. I'm not wild about the half round window on the front. I mean, I know it exists, but
oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Josie, you know this?
I appreciate the stature of that. It's not sure. It's kind of squatty or something. Yeah, for now, I can't explain how that thing is bugging me, but it will come.
Jess?
So it's, I think it's a nice design and you're really keeping things in keeping with the building. But at the same time, a lot more to the, so, did a good job of doing that. To Val's point, I actually like the fact that you have the, the porch underneath the second floor. But if there was some way that could be defined better as that, and less like the building. I don't know how that would be. Maybe making it a little shorter. I don't know. And then and this may help with defining, and I've actually picked up on the other elevation, but it might work with this elevation as well, is a porch underneath, correct?
Yes.
So maybe keeping it consistent with rails and
Yeah, trying to make it look less like a porch on the mask, but I'm
Yeah.
thinking that might be making it
that might help
horizontal.
yeah, that might help define it. And that was the only other thing I picked up on the south elevation, which I'm not even sure how much you're going to see it anyways, but is carrying the rail along that porch line there as well. It kind of goes back to the, when you look at the existing south elevation, it's all rail, and then, maybe keeping that all rail along that porch might be keeping things more consistent. And that's, but I think it's a great design and in keeping with such a historical structure.
Thanks, Jesse. Diane?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Diane. John, are you ready?
Elevation. So they had window wells. Then it showed actual fencing around it. So the other is windows
Yes,
to be the same size.
yes, all the existing windows would be the same thing.
Yeah. Where you have 3.5 inches on roofs changing to 4 inch.
Exists.
These are all not 3.5 inch.
That's the existing house.
Existing one, though.
And the other side, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Diane?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. On the, I guess it is the north elevation. Those two windows on the second floor to the left, I think are inappropriate where they are.
What?
They're dotted in, I'm sorry, like they're solid, but they're dotted in behind that roof.
Oh,
It's part of the thing. It shouldn't be hard.
What is that? And they should- you only need-
I think it's on the elevation that I'm looking at this moment. It is the addition. It carries two windows to the left. That's where the little arrow just was. And I think that is inappropriate. I think that it doesn't fit in. It looks weird. This is Baxter Road and it doesn't fit in to most of the houses on the Baxter Road. The same thing that goes, unless it is existing now, is on the dormer that carries 6 windows. I would like to see them reduced. The half round window on the right-hand side over the 3 windows, I would like to see that reduced, and I'd like to see those 3 windows spread out so they covered that elevation. Why are all the windows and doors going to be replaced? Do we have a window
This is
and
really
door?
ridiculous.
Existing schedule that was submitted, and it shows that there's 4 old windows, and the rest of them are vinyl.
Are they all unable to be rebuilt? They're in such bad condition that they need to be replaced.
Well, the ones that are vinyl, we'd like to replace them with vinyl liners. We'd like to get new windows, and that's predominantly
Ollie.
the entire building.
Are the existing pictures anywhere for Diane to see?
Diane, I just wanted to point out on that one elevation, those windows
Are
behind the
existing.
roof. They're existing in the gable end of the north elevation. They're dotted in behind that roof of the new addition.
Do you understand that, Diane?
Say that again out louder, please.
North elevation.
Yeah,
Seen in the upper left exist. They're dotted in behind the roof of the new addition. They just look like it's a bad drawing from my office's perspective. They shouldn't have dotted the window in because it looks confusing. But they are on the gable end of the main mass and they exist. They're not sticking out of the roof in a weird.
I think just erase them and then
Yes,
it will be,
I'll
yeah.
take them off the drawing.
Okay.
I understand.
So
okay,
thank you, Diane.
thank you.
Yeah, I would like to see this be a real sun porch. Drop that left massing down and either make a hip roof or, do some big old fashioned, either add some more columns and put windows in between, or just merely make it a sun porch. I think it would read not as a mass with, a negative mass. I think it's just not reading correctly. And I'm with Val on the half round window on the front of the house. I think it's, yeah.
But Abby, I just want to be clarified, is that in doing that, are you saying that you have concerns with the entire second floor? Substantial area second floor?
I'm just saying it just looks odd, that
Yeah.
whole left side. And, I think everybody else thought so too. So I'm just
Yeah,
sort
I
of
was just trying to clarify,
Yeah. I think it's competing with the old building too. It's just massive, understandable. So are we gonna hold for revision?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I make a motion to hold for revisions.
The applicant was sad for their reviews if they didn't
Oh.
review it.
I really think that.
Okay.
Number one, our motion was entertained. The staff and produce to the minutes. The change.
we're
We're just-
holding for revisions.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Diane, are you in favor?
That was her motion.
Yes,
Okay.
that was my motion.
Favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Jess?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn at 9:10.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa.
We have to approve any
If you'd like to, minutes for June 22nd and June 24th, if you'd like.
Do I hear that motion from anybody?
I motion to.
Aye,
Minutes.
Okay, all in favor?
aye.
Aye, and says yes. Johnny, are you in favor of okaying the minutes from 21 and 22?
22nd, 24th.
22nd and 24th?
Motion to adjourn.
No, but we have to approve the minutes first. Approve the minutes.
I've already made- I've already made a motion.
Oh.
I'll withdraw
withdraw the motion. Go ahead.
Okay, anyway, that motion passes and we have a motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Aye.
All
I
in,
didn't hear you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye. Good night, and thank you.